Welcome in, everybody, to your coverage of the 2026 ITA Kickoff Weekend. I'm your host, Chris Halioris. I will be with you today for 4 matches, kicking things off here this morning in a little bit of a surprise consolation match, if you will. Our host, South Carolina, being knocked off yesterday by Clemson in a tight one. Started off with a super tight doubles point. South Carolina had been down, came back on court 1 after dropping court 2, came from 5-3 down to take the lead and win, but eventually dropped it 7-6 on court 3. Ended up losing the match 4-2, and Michigan State, a depleted Michigan State team at the moment, dropping one in, again, another, probably even more surprising result, given the fact that Harvard had already dropped matches to both Memphis and Middle Tennessee this year. Both teams without 2 players. No Pape, no Deloy for Harvard. No Thanos, no Vukradinovic for Michigan State. Interesting stories there. Nonetheless, the Spartans go down. So these 2 teams face off here in a consolation match, but we'll get to see our hosts, South Carolina, taking on the Spartans. Thanos on-court coaching this weekend. Appendicitis is what I hear for him, so he will be back. Some different issues on the Vukradinovic front, not here this weekend. We'll see if we can get the scoreboard on for you momentarily here. It's on screen. There we go. They've got it up. So it's Lucas Da Silva here, the big guy for South Carolina, Paul Barbier-Gazeau. One of the top newcomers, listed as a newcomer, was actually with the team redshirted last year. Squaring off against Rakhmatuyev and Elazma here for the Spartans. Definitely some different looks in doubles. For Michigan State being down both Thanos and Radinovic. Gazeau here to receive. Da Silva playing the deuce court. Double fault. But at 40 love, probably get away with it. Again, college tennis, no ad. No ad, no lets. So if they get to 40 all deuce point, it'll be a deciding point. And Da Silva misses that return wide, so it's a hold for the Spartans as they kick things off. Here, we'll stay here on the quick changeover before we get a look at our other 2 courts. Just to let you know the lineups before we slide down on court 2, it's Ozan Barish, Matthew Forbes for Michigan State, Sean Dariabegi, Max Stenzer for the Gamecocks, and then court 3, Mitchell Sheldon, David Say for the Spartans, Atakan Karahan and Cole Hensroth for the Gamecocks. Michigan State down to their last 6, 8-man roster, so with 2 out, they've only got 6 to play with. Good serving start for both teams to get us going here. And the big guy puts that one away. And it's a quick hold at Love to level us up at 1 apiece here on court 1. Your championship match here, as I mentioned, Harvard knocking off Michigan State yesterday, Clemson knocking off South Carolina. They will play later on in the championship match with the rights to go to the National Indoors in Texas. Talk a little about that and the whole process here as we get into this match. 16 teams make the National Indoors. Dual host sites started last year with that new process. Baylor and SMU doing hosting duties. So the first 2 days will be 8 teams at each site. And then once that'll get us to a Final Four, if you will. Double fault there. Once we get to the Final Four, Sunday's a travel day. So they play a Friday, Saturday, those first 2 rounds. We get to the Final Four. Sunday travel day as those Final 4 teams will all go to Dallas. And the semis and finals will be played at SMU. Grant Chen putting on a great show there, bringing in all kinds of people to make it a wonderful event. And that's a big return from Da Silva. Just nothing on that second serve. So the first little look as we had 2 easy holds to start. First look here at a possible break. Now 15-40 for Alasma here. And a good return from Da Silva down at the feet of Alasma. And it's a break for the Gamecocks. So they go up an early break. On court 1, we'll shift action over to court 2. That is Ozan Barish and Matthew Forbes got the early break and then held just now to take the 2-love lead. And you're looking here at Max Stenzer for South Carolina serving, partner Sean Dariabegi at the net. Ozan Barish receiving, Forbes up at the service line. One of the things we'll be watching for today, that Sean Daryabegi Ozan Barish match. Don't know how else to say it other than a very disappointing match from Barish yesterday. The leader of this team goes down 2-2 to Rohan Murali. Good win for Murali of Harvard, but as Barish goes, so goes this team. And just not a lot of energy. Didn't seem like a lot of fight. It's a good ball from Stenzer there. Stenzer and Daryabegi have played some good doubles. I'd have to go back and look at the Columbia box score. I thought they played one at Columbia, but this South Carolina team, and you see head coach Josh Goffey there talking to the boys. South Carolina went on the road last weekend to Columbia, albeit a Michael Zangless Columbia, as he was in the midst of his run at the Australian Open all the way into round 2. But that was a very tight match. Comes down to 4-3 and a tiebreak on court 4, where Karahan prevailed and the Gamecocks escaped with a 4-3 win. It's a good reach there from Daryabegi. Not the biggest guy on the team, but those arms just long enough. To get that volley. Indeed, Daryabegi and Stenzer did play one last weekend, and it was De Silva and Gazeau at two, so a little swap there. Good serve from Stenzer. Love the disparity in size here. You got the big guy Stenzer, the little guy, at least in comparison, in Daryabegi. Daryabegi going to be really active up at the net. Go to a change over here. And we'll go down and get our first look at court 3, and then we'll pop some scores up on all 3 so you can see them. We'll try to stay single court view here. Give you the best full screen viewing experience. Where I'm not sure if it's either a deuce point here or it's a score. It was just behind. So 3-1 for the Gamecock duo. Karahan and Hansroth taking on Mitchell Sheldon, David Say. Mitchell Sheldon's brother Max, graduating senior last year from this Spartan team. See if our little scoreboards on the pop out are working. Indeed, there you see. Not in the field of play, so we'll leave those up for you. Great doubles point. Good movement from both teams there, covering some tough balls. So 4-1 for Karahan and Henseroth here. Go back and just caught the change over here as well. We might be out of luck. We've got Ozan Parrish serving here. So a break lead for the Spartans here, but it's Gamecocks on the other two courts at the moment. Forbes puts that overhead away. So 3-1 now. Favor of the Spartans returning. The scores up there look like they switched over. In our upper right, two singles. Ignore that for the moment. So again, Gamecocks right now break leads on 1 and 3. Break lead for the Spartans here on 2. Might be a tough road for the Spartans if they drop doubles here. Not sure if there's anything ailing Barish, but again, he just didn't look himself yesterday. So head to a change over here. We'll head back to court 1, where Lucas Da Silva Paul Barbier-Gazeau still holding that break lead. For the Gamecocks, it's 4-2 break leads on courts 1 and 3 for the Gamecocks. As they missed that one, but still way too early to be making calls here, but should Michigan State drop this match and come out of this weekend 0-2, it's going to feel too reminiscent of what I'll just say was a very odd year for them last year. I think they had a big win over Kentucky early in the season, but then just some guys in and out of the lineup. Oh, there's a blistering ball from Gazeau. They go to Boise State and lose a match. They drop a very strange one on a technicality overturn at Wisconsin due to lineup issues. So 5-2 Gamecocks heading into the changeover. We take a quick look down at the other break lead for the Gamecocks, and they're going to head to a changeover up 5-2 there as well, it appears. So the only court with action at the moment. 5-1 lead for the Spartans here. Daryabegian and Stenzer just need to get a hold, try to prolong this, and hope their other two teams get a win so they don't need to take an L on the board at the moment, but commanding 5-2 leads for the Gamecocks on the other two courts. So it is a hold. Daryabegian and Stenzer keep things alive. As we head down and just catch the match point on court 3, Karahan Hensroth for the Gamecocks put the first one on the board. And we get back just in time for the match point on court one, and it is indeed your host, South Carolina Gamecocks, taking
It was a victory on court one. The Gamecocks have won the doubles point.
So we'll get a quick intermission here, 5 minutes or so.
This is just a reminder that smoking and the use of all tobacco products are prohibited in all University of South Carolina facilities, as well as surrounding property owned, leased, or controlled by the universities. These restrictions apply to all areas of the
We got the score on the wrong team there. We'll get that fixed. But we'll take a quick 5-minute intermission. And we'll be back with singles action momentarily.
To sign up to be a part of the official fan base of the South Carolina Coast team. Garden Races members also receive email blasts about upcoming matches and
All right, back for singles action here. Just getting going, waiting for the start of Lucas Da Silva, Matthew Forbes here on court 1. Maybe we take a quick slide over to 2 where action is already underway. You see Sean Daryabegi here, Ozan Barish for Michigan State on the far side. These two came up playing ITFs together as juniors, so pretty familiar with each other. Again, Barish yesterday, the 2-2 loss. To Rohan Murali. Daryabegi with a very impressive 4-2 win over Romaine Gales for Clemson, a guy that kind of put his mark on the season at NCAA tournament with some upset wins, knocking off Duncan Chan in the first round in a marathon tiebreak. Ben Benito Sanchez Martinez of Mississippi State. So that win for Daryabegi yesterday, an excellent one. The 2 points for South Carolina yesterday in the 4-2 loss, coming at 2-6 singles, Charlie Swain and Sean Daryabegi. And it does appear that the lineups remain unchanged for both of these teams from yesterday in singles. Not much of a choice for Michigan State, only 6 men to play. And it'll be interesting to get a look at David Say for the Spartans on court 4, who seemed to tweak something. Not sure if it was a groin or a hamstring yesterday, but definitely had a little bit of an issue, so we'll see how he's moving today when we get down to court 4. If you're with us for the duration today, just catching college tennis in general, we've got this match for the first 2 hours of the day on its own, and then at noon Eastern, we will pick up Stanford and Utah. The Cardinal hosting the Utes for that first round match out west. And then it'll be a 1 p.m. start Eastern time for Texas and UNC Wilmington. That match, by the way, moved indoors, was intended to be outdoors, but the weather has moved that match indoors. And then we'll round things out for the day with Columbia, Illinois at 3. That figures to be a very good one. Columbia, you have to assume, although I don't have 100% confirmation, but have to assume no Michael Zhang today for them, making the long trip back from Australia, as well as the fact that he retired with a reported adductor issue from that match, second round match against Corentin Moutet in the Australian Open. There's a good volley by Barish there for 40-30. So he tries to get on the board. And a quick early test for Ozan Barish here. This could really sort of set the tone for him after what was clearly a very disappointing day yesterday. If he opens up getting broken and goes down 2-love to start here, you really got to wonder about the fortitude. And he misses the volley. And Daryabegi takes a 2-love lead early here. Slide those scores out for you to get a look at. Did Barish just call for a medical? That's only 2-love. There's no changeover here. Unless the scoreboard's just behind on us. Maybe that's the case because they look like they're treating it as a changeover. Although you see the official. Not sure what's going on. I'm still sitting here watching. The head official talking to the chair umpire. Try to keep an eye on this. As you see the chair looking down at Ozan Barish. Head coach Josh Goffey going to stop in. Just a quick slap of the hands. Let's go to a split screen, catch some action while we keep our eyes on that. Indeed, it must be a medical because you can see the 15-love being put up for Daryabegi. Any medical timeout is an automatic point penalty. So that point penalty has been assessed. It'll be 15-love for Daryabegi. As he is going back to the same side he was on. So indeed, it's just a medical timeout at 2-love. So now that we know what's going on there, we'll keep our eyes, make sure Ozan does come back out to play. Hide those. We'll go back then to court 1. Forbes and De Silva. You can see Daryabegi just to the left of this court down there waiting to serve. I'll stay here so we can keep our eye on that just out of the corner, if you will, and we can make sure that Ozan does come out to play and there's not a retirement forthcoming. As Daryabegi still waits. Ace for Matthew Forbes. You see him looking at somebody. Shaking the racket as he's trying to get himself into this one. He's trailing a break early. 2-love. Quick start and singles for the Gamecocks. Break leads on 1, 2, and 4. We may check in on 4 quickly. I mentioned David Say might have some leg issues. Looks like they are back to action over there on court 2 with Ozan Barish. Atakan Karahan is up 3-love on David Say. Court 4, not going to be my favorite court here at South Carolina. I believe that camera has no volume. So when we go to that, which I'm about to do here in a solo window, you're going to get nothing but the pleasure of my voice for audio. Going deep. Daria Begi held for 3-love. Forbes keeps to a single break deficit at 2-1. Oh, and there you can see it. As I mentioned, David Say hobbled. You saw the serve basically on one leg. This is going to be a very quick one from the looks of it. Very unfortunate for the Spartans. If Say is indeed hobbled, we'll get a look at a couple points here. Oh. Grip and rip. That's all David Say can do. You can see he can't move. He can't serve. He's going to do what he can. I'm afraid if this one goes too hard, too fast, it'll just be a retirement. So the Spartans drop doubles. Say appears to be a sitting duck here. Yeah, he can't serve, so he goes underhand. Sure, he's going to see a fair amount of that. We'll see this game to the end, and then we'll go back to court 3 that we haven't checked in on yet. But Say actually has a 30-all shot to see if he can get himself a hold. Goes back to the overhead. Serve misses it. See what he does on the second. Well, he extended and slid well on the right leg there, did David Say. So it must be the left, and you can't tell from this far. It looks like there might be some wrap under the shorts on that left leg for David Say. Tough to tell from the far end of the court here, but that's what it does appear. So it looks like it's the left hamstring. And that the leg that he's got to lean on to serve, hence the lack of a serve here. Karahan misses, and it's tough to play in it like this if you're Karahan. You know you have an opponent that's very hobbled, and you go back and forth between just playing your game, and then when you lose points thinking, what am I doing? The guy can't move, just move him around, and then you try to move him around and you miss wide like that. So it'll be a deuce deciding point here coming up for David Say. We'll see this one, and then we'll head over to court 3, get our first look at Alasma and Gazo. One of the bright spots early for the Spartans. Show you those scores across the board. Oh, it's the let court. David Say on 1.5 legs. Gets a hold, so he cuts it to 3-1. But with that, we're going to send things over to court 3 now. We get some court audio back and our first looks here. At Alasma and Gazo, it's a 3-love double break lead for Tame Alasma here. We got court camera angled a little slightly down there, but just make out enough of Alasma. Big. Nice backhand line there for Alasma. Alasma, 6-foot junior for the Spartans out of Syria. Here you see head coach Josh Goffey, having some words with the redshirt freshman. Barbier Gazo from France. Got himself a chance, and he does get that first break back. Still down a break, but now going to be serving here at 1-3. Outlasting in the craftiness rally there, did Gazo. This is the kind of match for South Carolina that, while it's certainly not the match they wanted to be playing, they wanted to be playing for the title and the rights to go to indoors today. But this is a match that could pay dividends down the road for them. Things work off computer rankings. And they picked up a win over Columbia yesterday, last weekend, which figures to get better as the season goes on when Columbia gets Michael Zhang back. So good points coming, you would assume, down the road for that win. Oh, blistering return from Alasma. And this match, should they finish it off, and things certainly look good for them at the moment, another one that figures to get better as the year goes on, as Michigan State will certainly get Thanos back in the lineup here soon from that appendicitis. They'll get Radinovic back at some point. Two bright spots right now going for the Spartans, as they've got a break lead here and they've got a 5-2 break lead on court 5. Completion of this game will slide down and get our first look at court 5. Another good ball from Alasma there, right deep in the corner. Very close to that sideline. Gazzo just out of place. Couldn't get to that quick enough. Pass down the line from Alasma. You see Josh Goffey heavily involved here early with Gazzo, as he's going to face a deuce deciding point, trying to keep this to a single break deficit. Gazzo asking the chair. He thought that might have snuck in. Wide confirmed. Just missed by Alasma. Gazzo gets the hold. You see him pumped up. Josh Goffey over quickly. Congratulate him for that. So he keeps it to a single break deficit. We slide down to court 5. You see South Carolina's Max Stenzer here serving, but he's down 2-5 to Daniel Rakhmatuyev. Oh, Stenzer just slaps it straight into the net. About an hour out from action at Stanford. That'll be the next matchup on our feed today. Host Cardinal taking on the Utes. It's a noon Eastern time start. Quick look. Good court to do so here at those scores. And it is a hold for Max Stenzer, so he fends off the first chance Rakhmatuyev had to close out a set with the hold. Makes it 5-3. You can see David Say gets a break back. And then a hold at deuce to make it 3-all on court 4. What is going on? Reminiscent of Iñaki Montes at the NCAA championships at Oklahoma State on one leg. David Say hobbling on one hamstring. Two points away now for Rakhmatuyev. Ah, it's an ace. Beautiful. Right in the corner. Gonna bring up 4 set points here for Daniel Rakhmatuyev and the Spartans. Trying to get the first set on the board in singles. Seeing a little bit of fight here, but Daria Begi still maintaining that double break lead on court 2. Da Silva still the break lead on court 1. And that is what should be the strength for this Michigan State team. Forbes and Barish. Got to be the leaders for them. And it is a first set. Daniel Rakhmatuyev gets a set on the board for the Spartans. Gazo heating up, still down a break. He's trying to get back in it. We're here momentarily as we're coming out of the changeover. We'll go there on court 2, where Daria Begi now has a 5-2 lead. It'll have to be a break for the set here, though. I apologize. I said it was a double break. It's a single break. That serving indicated on the scoreboard misled me. Good forehand from Ozan there. So at 2-5, Barish only down a single break right now. Court placement here to pop those scores out for you. Keep you up to date on what's going on. Daria Begi certainly didn't think that ball was long. Quick glance up, though, and confirmed. We'll have to hide those when he's returning in the deuce court here, though. But I love the new fly-out graphics. Compliments of super producer Westoff this off season. In the ad court, we can pop that up and give you a look. Still only 1 set in the books right now for the Spartans on court 5. And that's a good backhand down the line from Barish for 40-15. 3 game points to try to make Daria Begi serve it out. Ace for Ozan, but no emotion whatsoever. See him hit the ace, turn, and walk. No fist pump. No yeah, no let's go. Come on. See if he can get himself back in this, if maybe that comes. But he's in need of a break now as Daria Begi's going to serve for the first set. And there's some emotion on an ace from Sean Daria Begi. Maybe some of that from Daryabegi will bring it out of Ozan. Sometimes you can get your opponent going, but it doesn't matter if you're just going to serve up aces. So serving for the set, Daryabegi opens ace-ace. Going for 3 in a row, but takes the slice just wide. Forehand winner. And now 4 set points for Sean Daryabegi. See him, little fist pump to Karahan next door. Karahan let Say back in it, but got the break to go back up 4-3, and there's another ace for Daryabegi. So it's a set on the board for the Gamecocks here. And we haven't seen action between De Silva and Forbes in a little bit. So we'll go back to court 1. Lucas De Silva got the early break and has just kept it the whole way. They've been trading holds now after De Silva took the 2-love lead. So a set apiece. So you got to look there. And it looks like Mitchell Sheldon will get to serve for a set for the Spartans on 6 possibly here, if that serving indicator is right. All now for De Silva after that 30-love start. Too easy there. Forbes just put that forehand return right up shoulder high in the middle of the court for Lucas De Silva, who is employing a little serve and volley. Easily puts that volley away. So game point now to keep that break lead, make it 5-3. And he does. He catches it. Looks like he caught Forbes guessing the wrong way. Forbes moving to the middle and had to stretch back out to the backhand. So 5-3, and we're going to go with a little momentary split screen here as it's De Silva 5-3 and Sheldon 5-4. Also got 5-3 Elasma on court 3, so we might have to go to the triple box and just rotate him around. So Sheldon now serving for a set here for Michigan State. So far, a set apiece for these two. It was a set for South Carolina and Daria Beghi on 2. Michigan State's Rakhmatuiev on 5. And Mitchell Sheldon makes it set number 2 for the Spartans. And now we'll go split on the 5-3s. We've also got a 5-3 on court 4, so we'll bring that one in. 3 sets left, all at 5-3 now. Opportunities for Gazzo to hold and force Alasma to serve it out, but Da Silva pushing for the break. Gazzo gets the hold, but quadruple set point break points here for Da Silva. Forbes doesn't exactly to be looking overly into it either. Get a little feeling that that blasé attitude of Barish is bleeding over to court 1 here. Just missed the volley. He knew it as soon as he hit it. And that's a set for Lucas Da Silva on court 1. So 4 first sets in the books now, 2 each way. And these your last 2 first sets to finish now on screen. Coming out of the changeover, Alasma to serve for the set on 3 for Michigan State. Karahan serving for it here on court 4. Camera on court 4 looks like it may have frozen on us. There, it's back. There's a good pass by Gazzo in the opening point of a must-break game for him. Again, Gamecocks with the doubles point, so even 3 first sets here, they hold their advantage, but it's set point for Karahan. Goes back behind David Say. And that's a first set 6-3 for Karahan. So we're down to the final first set. 3 for the Gamecocks, 2 for the Spartans. Alasma serving for 1 here to keep them with decent hopes. If they can pick up 3 first sets, if you're Michigan State, you got to like your chances of either Forbes or Barish, if not both, being able to come back in their matches. That ball looked like it might have been a hair wide, but no sign of an out call from Alasma, and you heard the claps from the crowd, so must have been good. So now 15-30 and a look for Gazeau to try to get back on serve here. Now a big chance for Gazeau as Alasma throws in a double fault, 15-40. Break point coming. 3 of them for Gazeau. First one fought off by Alasma. 2 more if needed. You hear a lot of yelling coming from somewhere. Have a feeling that might have been court 5 down the way as Max Stenzer has got a 2-1 lead after dropping the first. Oh, come on. What's the call here? I think he's trying to call a double bounce. He can't call the double bounce. It's got to be the chair. Because that eventual ball from Gazeau landed in. If all of that stands, that's got to be a break for Gazeau. Let's see what comes out of this. Looks like Gazeau there saying thank you. So maybe Gazeau admitting to a double bounce. It appears that that's what happened. So it's going to be a deuce deciding point. Set point now here for Alasma on serve. Just missed it wide, and Alasma takes the first set 6-4. So 3 first sets apiece. The question is, where do we go now? I think we got to go check back in on Ozan Barish to see if he can get anything going. It's just seemed called the medical timeout early, did Barish. We saw it the first set. He went down 2-love, took a medical after getting broken. And it's just sort of been ho-hum since. Good volley there from Barish, but even when winning games and points, not seeing a lot of emotion, we've seen Barish be very businesslike recently, so not totally surprising, but also a guy that when he needs to get himself going and he's losing, will show some emotion. So I think the lackluster appearance here has some meaning, whether he's just sort of feeling whatever that was. Looked like they were working. He was getting a rub down in the shoulder area. It appeared from behind during that medical timeout. Maybe he's got some tightness. Up in the neck shoulder area. Maybe the lats, not sure. Hear that noise? I'm pretty sure that noise is Max Stenzer, very loud, down on court 5. He's got a 40-30 break, 30-40 break chance, does Stenzer. Barish here at 15-30 and Critical juncture here to not go down a set and a break. Tries to go backhand line and misses. And he is indeed going to give Sean Dariabegi 3 break chances. Deep from Ozon, and Sean Dariabegi indeed grabs a break. And so he's now up a set and a break. We're going to hop down to where we hear that noise coming from. Oh, that was a deuce point. Which way did it go? It looks like it went to Stenzer. So Stenzer gets the break to go up 3-1 here on Rakhmatuyev in the second. See Rakhmatuyev, he's definitely into this. Maybe the beneficiary of being all the way down on the end court. It seems like those middle 2 courts. Very much a team sport. And you see a lot of teams emphasize the talk between players on different courts and the pumping each other up and keeping them going. Big staple of a lot of programs. A la Mississippi State. Matt Roberts, a great job coaching that there. And if you don't talk back and you don't get into your match, you don't play the next one. And that energy right now missing from courts 1 and 2 in the center of this match for the Spartans. Rakhmatuyev, though, down on the end. Fighting. Stenzer not giving him a lot of opportunity, though, here. Being a breakup. In the second. We may have to get another look at David Say on court 4 just to see how he's hanging in. He got back to 3-all in the first before Carhan ran off the next 3 for a 6-3 win in the first set. But Say hanging around. So we'll go back there for a quick look. Again, no volume on this court at South Carolina. So we'll get an audio-less look. That's Say, who actually held to open the second. Saw him with a left hamstring issue. They're unable to really put anything on a serve off that left leg. Threw an underhand serve in while we were here last time. Carhan, as I mentioned before, was the hero for the Gamecocks last weekend at Columbia. Dropped the first set 6-1. Took the second. They went to a third set breaker for the match just as they were getting there. Nick Kotzen for Columbia one on court 2 to square the match at 3 apiece. And so it all came down to a tiebreak on 4, and Carahan prevailed. Carahan, a sophomore from Turkey. Pretty good year last year for the Gamecocks. Very steady. Meanwhile, David Say, a senior, his final season for the Spartans here out of Charlotte, North Carolina. One of many to come out of that Smith Stearns Tennis Academy there. Say appears to be moving a little better, maybe getting warm. Get some blood flowing in the hamstring, maybe some adrenaline. Break chance there for Say. Had an opportunity to go up 2-love in the second. He's going to get one more look here on a deuce deciding point. And he gets it. The forehand into the net from Carahan, trying to backpedal around that backhand to hit a forehand. And David Say goes up a break in the second. And we're going to slide down to court 3, where Tay Melasma had a crucial finish to that first set for the Spartans, has jumped out an early break. Gazzo trying to get himself back into this one now. So a set and a break down here. Daria Baghi still a set and a break up. Give you a quick look at the scores around. Break lead here for Melasma. Break lead for Daria Baghi. We just saw David Say up a break. Stenzer still up his break to try to square that one at a set apiece. And Charlie Swain for the Gamecocks has gone up a break in the second. So we may see a host of 3-setters here. We'll see. It's a hold for Paul Barbier-Gazzo. He keeps it to a single break deficit. We're going to go check back in with Max Stenzer as he's starting to inch closer. Although I think they might be heading into a changeover down there. Indeed they are. Stenzer 5-2. So maybe a look at Charlie Swain for the Gamecocks on 6, who's managed to get a break lead here. Go all the way to the other end. And Swain. Break lead in the second. Happened there. Well, it looked like it was maybe, I didn't think there was anything long there, but Charlie Swain, nevertheless, gets the hold, takes the 4-1 lead. Head down to 5 to see if Stenzer can level this at a set apiece for the Gamecocks. Going to need a break to do it here. No breaks for the Gamecocks, as while they'll get a week off, their next match coming up after this is going to be at rival NC State. That should be a good one. It'll be interesting to see how NC State handles that region. They've got a very tough region with Duke, Tennessee, and Texas A&M. Spartans, meanwhile, get about a week and a half off. They won't play again until a week from Friday. And that'll be a home match against Tennessee. So both of these schools facing quality opponents in their next match before conference seasons get underway. End of February-ish. Big Ten, I don't think starts until March. Michigan State's first match, March 6th. So Stenzer now going to try to serve this set out. He is the closest to finishing the second, so we'll stay here. Good first cross forehand. Ah, big serve from Stenzer there. Thought Stenzer hit that first ball in, but it said love 15. Oh, it's because that was the third ball. So 30-15 here. Tough spot for a double fault, make it 30 all. I believe. Scoreboard behind, so not 100% sure. It's at 15-30. If so, that'd make it 15-40. Stenzer trying to go bomb tee, but missing. There, they did indeed fix it to 30. It was 30 all. So now, set point coming here. Gets it to deuce, does Rakhmatuyev. So Stenzer going to need a big one. Rakhmatuyev looking like he's headed immediately to the ad court. And it is a break for Daniel Rakhmatuyev. Stenzer unable to serve it out. We're back on serve. And we gotta go now over to 2, where Sean Daryabegi has managed to keep his break lead. Since he got it, he's kept it, and he's now 5-3, a game away from closing out the match on court 2. Didn't even move towards that ball, did Barish. I think he just caught him guessing. I don't know what. There's some injury issues, but Barish looked like he was guessing cross-court return and just caught wrong-footed there. So love 30. That ball lands on the line for quadruple match points here for Sean Daryabegi. And it's a forehand return winner for Sean Daryabegi over Ozan Barish. And wow, 3 and 3 for Daryabegi. We got to get one more look here at that replay. Oh, right down the line for Daryabegi. So South Carolina takes the 2-0 lead. And where do we go? I think we got to go check in on court 1 as Lucas Da Silva's now gone up a set and a break on Matthew Forbes there as well. Push just wide. And Forbes is just going to set the racket there at the front of the court as he goes to grab the towel. And Da Silva now 6-3, 4-1. Nothing else particularly close to finishing a match at this point. Although it's a 6-4, 4-2 lead for Alasma. So maybe we do go down to court 3 and check in there to see if the Spartans can get a point on the board. Give you a quick look at those. I tried to give you a quick look at the fly out of the scores here. Not.
Right here.
Just missed there from Alasma. Gazo continuing to fight. Since that flyout's not coming on for me at the moment, I'll give you the rundown. Chance here for the Spartans at 6-4, 4-2, but it's David Say 4-1 in the second on 4 for Michigan State. So looking to split there. And Charlie Swain 5-2 in the second on court 6 looking to split as well. So a couple matches that appear to be headed to a third. As Gazzo keeps this one to a single break, he gets it to 4-3. We'll go back over to court 1. Charlie Swain a game away from forcing a third on 6. Try to keep my eyes there. Good look for Forbes, but into the tape for 30-15 here for De Silva. Went quickly to a split here. It was a deuce point set point. But I think Sheldon got the break. We would have heard otherwise. Go back full here to De Silva. De Silva gets the hold, so he's a game away, 6-3, 5-2. Oh, beautiful return there from Alasma. So the Spartans, and I have missed the fact. So let's get that back up as well. Court 5 has been a comeback from Rachmatuliev, who had to break to stay in the set. Now he's serving for the match. Oh, that ball off the tape and wide for Stenzer. Gonna bring up match point for Rachmatuliev. Let's go full screen here. We've got match point, unfortunately, on both courts, so we got to go back to the split. And there's a match for Michigan State on court 5, Daniel Rachmatuliev. Gets the Spartans on the board. Match point here for Alasma on the return. An overrule. Alasma doesn't like it. But in the end, it's still just a hold. So Alasma, a chance to serve it out here. Charlie Swain broke back on 6 for the second set. So they're headed to a third. Karahan's all the way back from 4-1 down to 4-all in the second on 4. So our 3 remaining matches here. This one, court 4 and court 6. Gazzo now. A love 30 look at this Alasma service game, trying to serve for the match. Apologize, we missed De Silva serving it out. I was wondering where that extra court was. Lucas De Silva did indeed, as we were watching simultaneous match points. Lucas De Silva slipped by us with a 6-3, 6-2 win on court 1, so the Gamecocks a 3-1 lead. From love 30 to 40-30, and now match point for Alasma here. Try to cut this to a 3-2 deficit. And it is Tame Alasma for the Spartans. 6-4, 6-4, a tough match on court 3, and the Spartans cut it to a 3-2 deficit. We go check back in on 4, as I think they're still in the set change. Maybe they're in back on court. Go split screen on the final 2 matches. Indeed they are. You see Charlie Swain serving on the right. David Say, the heavily bandaged left hammy for Michigan State, here on the near court on the left. And it looks like those cameras are jumping on us. We went back in time. Actually, we skipped forward. Must have been behind. So, Karahan 5-4. A chance to close this one out. And we should have Stanford coming momentarily. Carahan closes it out for the Gamecocks. And they'll go unfinished on court 6. So South Carolina, the host team, gets the 4-2 win here. And they're getting ready to go at Stanford. We're going to take a quick break, folks, and we will be right back with Stanford and Utah. But your final from Columbia, South Carolina 4, Michigan State 2. Watching the 2026 ITA Kickoff Weekend here on the Cracked Rackets YouTube channel. Be back momentarily. right, as promised, action underway in Palo Alto. Stanford hosting Utah here. Alex Chang, Hudson Rivera here on one for the Cardinal. Baltazar Huss, Dante Taramo for the Utes. A little bit of a miss hit on the return, but it goes for a winner over the head of Hudson Rivera. Chang, a new look addition for the Cardinal this year, having to replace Von der Schulenberg and Basing. Some tough spots, but we'll see that over on court 2. As we go there now, we do have a Samir Banerjee sighting. So questions coming into the weekend. Would we see Samir Banerjee? Would we see Kyle Kang? Well, half of those questions are answered. As we see Samir Banerjee here, no Kyle Kang in doubles, though. You saw Chang and Rivera on 1. You got Banerjee and Rezegi here on 2. It's Krupkin and Jagger Leach on 3 for the Cardinals. So no Kang in doubles. Would make you think that'll be the same in singles. Oh, I think he just missed the volley there. Banerjee, Rezegi, an early one love lead. Just long from Banerjee. As a Squeegee and Terziev looking to looking to get on the board here for the Utes. 1-0 Stanford on all 3 courts right now. And that one out of the reach of Banerjee, and so it is a hold for the Utes. Elsewhere around the country, at the Virginia Regional, had a thriller in the morning match as they go 3-all to a third set breaker on court 2 in the Michigan Cornell match, and it's Michigan senior Bjorn Swenson that takes that third set breaker, and the Wolverines earn their spot in the regional final against what would presumably be Virginia tomorrow. Getting our look at Rezegi serving here. Utes led by longtime coach Roland Bratnew.
Great serve.
Squeegee. Junior from Brazil. Terziev's a redshirt sophomore from Bulgaria, came over from UCF. A lot of transfers on this Utah team. We get into a little bit of that as we go on, but they'll head to the changeover there. And we'll head down to court 3. Beautiful new, won't call it indoor, but covered facility here at Stanford that went up last year. And a couple courts with some of these odd side angles that, trust me, after going through a year of it last year, may look odd to you to begin with, but you'll come to appreciate it. Fun to get a different look. Court 3 here being one of those with the camera on that side angle. One all on courts 1 and 3 now. Up on the screen. Okay, spot here on this court to do that for sure. Maybe we'll get those names. Quick change here. We'll stay to catch some more of the action here. As you got freshman Jagger Leach. Made his debut in Singles earlier in the month for the Cardinal. It's the all-freshman team. Coach Goldstein's throwing out on court 3. Certainly the great tennis lineage, if you're not familiar. Rick Leach. Former ATP doubles #1 player. Is his uncle. His mother, none other than Lindsay Davenport. Former #1 WTA singles player, so good tennis blood. For Leach, his partner here, Mark Krupkin, freshman out of New Jersey for the Cardinal. Top-ranked recruit out of New Jersey was Krupkin. Couple ITF junior singles titles to his credit. In singles, that is. More. I believe 6 in doubles. You can see 4-1 on court 2, the Cardinal running out there. Our Banerjee and Rezegi. Couple of break points here for Krupkin and Leach. Just missed there. So it'll be a deuce point, deciding point here. Not a small team either on this end for the Cardinal. Leach 6'4", Krupkin 6'6". It'll be Leach to take this deuce return. Oh, the apologies from Leach as that return off the net and kicked to the side. Quick reflexes from the Utes. They almost got a racket on that, and it looked like it had bounced wide enough that they could have potentially pulled off and around the post. Ball, but the Cardinal get the break, so they go up 3-1 here. Give you a little look at all three courts. One, but just a single break for Banerjee and Rezegi down your lower left on court 2. Krupkin puts that one away on 3 for the Cardinal. So leads on all 3 courts right now, but on serve on 1, break leads on 2 and 3. Stanford figuring to be heavily favored in this match, even without the presence of Kyle Kang, should that remain true in singles. Current ITA rankings, Stanford checking in at number 3. Those rankings right now, coaches polls that don't really mean anything because the rankings will go to computer rankings the first week after indoors, and those computer rankings now seeded with nothing. So the coaches poll used to be the ranks that fed into that. A new algorithm this year for the ranking. They start with everybody starts unranked, and they run the algorithm pass after pass after pass until it repeats. So no meaning to the ballots other than ego and prestige, maybe. Can hear a little bit of a Stanford faithful crowd back there. Missed volley there from Krupkin. And it's a break back for the Utes on court 3. We're going to bring court 2 to the forefront, though. So Banerjee and Rezegi, a set to the good for the Cardinal. And we're now down to courts 1 and 3, where Utah's gotten back on serve on 3. They remain on serve on 1. Alex Chang, Hudson Rivera Chang, the grad transfer coming over from Cal. Chang at the net, Rivera serving for the Cardinal on the left there. 3-all facing. A couple break points here is Hudson Rivera. Wow. Utah went right at Chang, who fought the volley off at his net man right across from him, who popped it into the net to bring it to a deuce deciding point. Utes putting up a fight here on these two courts. Trying to make it interesting. Certainly Stanford going to have pretty heavy advantage in singles. There's a great cross from Alex Chang. He was looking for it. Good idea, good execution. And the Cardinal fight off a couple break points for the hold. We'll go full screen. Krupkin with a good volley there. Krupkin all over the net, that 6-6 frame. As they got the break back and now jump out on the Jagger Leach serve here. Running overhead for Leach. Finding the bottom half of the net there. Points now for Jagger Leach. Big serve from Leach, and they take a 5-2 lead here. They're 4-all on 1. As we get there to hold Chang on 1. So 5-2 here on 1. Going into the changeover, coming out of the changeover here on 3. We'll go split screen. Although you got a pretty good look at court 2 right next to us with this side angle. One of the benefits. Decent look at both courts. Looking to break on 1 for the doubles point, or break on 3, but on 3 they would at least have a chance to serve it out. There's a return off the frame. Looks like it might have caught something in the top of the cover to the stadium here. Venue the players, I believe, dubbed the Rage Cage last year. Did the Cardinal team. Not sure if that's stuck or not.
Right here, Hudson. Let's go, Alex. Here we go, Card.
ball. 2 points away on both courts are the Cardinal. Returning on both. Krupkin's return feeds an overhead. The Utes get a game point there. And an ace for the Utes on court one. So 40-30 game points for Utah on both to keep this alive. And the missed overhead there from Rivera makes it 5-all-on-1. And the missed return from Jagger Leach makes it 5-3-on-3. So the Cardinal going to serve for it on 3. They'll serve at 5-all-on-1. We get the match points are close. We'll go full screen on 3 here. I think Jagger Leach punched that volley just a hair long for Love 15.
There we go, honey. Let's go, Jag.
About 20 minutes out, I believe, from first serve at Texas. Again, that match in Texas has been moved indoors due to weather. Gonna go ahead and go full screen here. Match point Cardinal. Just long from Krupkin. Some good hands from Jagger Leach there at the net. Krupkin pushes the ball just long. It'll be match point number 2 here. 40-30 for Krupkin serving. The 6'6" freshman puts a big one in. Puts the volley off the tape, gives Utah a little time to prep for that one. Right back into the body of Krupkin, and he misses it. So now it'll be a deuce deciding point, match point, but one more coming. The Cardinal held on 1 for 6-5, so still on serve there. But the third and final match point of the game here. You either win the match or go 5-4 if you're Stanford. Into the open court as a couple of freshmen got a little crossed up. Leach and Krupkin stacked in I formation, if you will, leaving that ad court side wide open. Utah finds it, gets the break to get back on serve. So 4-5 on serve there, 5-6 on serve here. about to say the Utes not really giving Chang and Rivera a good look here. Been somewhat comfortable have these teams along the way. But the double fault there makes it 30-15. Say look out as he just got enough racket to get that ball over, but an easy overhead. 40-15 from the Utes. Love on the other court, so not jumping there yet, and it's a hold for 6-all, and they'll play a breaker here on 1. Let's go quickly, though, to 3. We'll come back for this breaker. See if Utah can force it to 5-all here. Serve called out, immediately overruled by the chair, and it's a hold for 5-all. So we'll go back to the breaker on 1. First point to the Utes, a mini break. Mini break right back, 1-all. So 3-all at the turn.
Come on, Jagger!
Gonna go back to a split. Stanford got the break on 3, so they're going to serve for it once again. Meanwhile, Huss and Taramo trying to keep it alive and force the Cardinal to do exactly that on 3. They get the 4-3 lead on 1, do the Utes. Looks like Texas moved that match up an hour, so they're 50 minutes in. We're going to go ahead and bring them on as the Utes take a 5-4 lead on 1 here. So match point for the Utes. Sorry, it was not a break. It was a hold on break. Match point Utes here. Fought off on their serve. So now Stanford's back to 5-6 on serve. Into the net from Chang, and the Utes take it on court 1, so it's all down to court 3. Couple of overheads. The last one put away well enough that it couldn't be returned over the net. And so now a game point to force a breaker here on 3 to decide it. Little tight spot for the all-freshman pairing. For the Cardinal, it's a freshman and a junior. On the other side of the net, Emmett Potter, a junior. For Utah, A.J. Deem, a freshman out of Fort Worth, Texas. Hide that scoreboard as it's all on this court now for the doubles point. see this breaker here, and then we'll get that Texas match on for you again. Krupkin puts that one away. Quick 2-0 lead for Krupkin and Leach. Just a single mini break at the moment. Leach gets that one down. Looked like it could have been high and headed out. He hits it and puts it away anyhow. So 3-1 for the Cardinal. Emmett Potter puts that one away. Makes it 3-all, so they get the mini break back. Headed to the changeover. Tightly contested doubles point. 3 freshmen on the court. Your guess is as good as mine as to what we see here in the next 3 to 4 minutes. As Stanford will try to pick on the freshman A.J. Dean here, serving. Lefty Potter at the net. Krupkin returning for the Cardinal. Good touch put away by Potter. Apologize for that. That one was on me. 4-all here. Ball into the net. Gonna keep our Stanford match in the big screen, but due to that hour early start at Texas, we missed the doubles point there. So we're gonna do a little catch up there, but 5-all here for Emmett Potter of Utah serving. Apologies. From the Utes. The Utes send the ball back over, but a match point here for Utah to take the doubles point. On serve, though, it'll be Jagger Leach to serve. Return long. This is where that side court angle gets us. It's got to get cut off a little bit on this triple box. I'll get some scores for Texas for you. We're going to go back full screen here, this side angle. Don't worry, Texas, we will get to you. But another match point, this time on serve. Getting the mini break, it's freshman A.J. Dean. And Krupkin misses the overhead long, and Utah takes the doubles point here at Stanford. Big, big doubles point for the Utes. And they'll take a 5-minute break. And now we'll get over to our action at Texas. Grab some scoreboards for you quickly. So Sebastian Gorsny taking the first set here on court 1. We'll give you a quick rundown. There you get a quick look at the side at where we're at here. Texas taking the doubles point. It was a 6-2 win on court 1, a 6-3 win on court 3 for the Longhorns. They dropped court 2, 6-3. That was Gorsny and Mariano. 6-2 on court 1. And Erickson and Burnett, 6-3 on court 3 for the Longhorns. Braswell and Forger took the loss, 6-3 on court 2. You can see on the right where we stand here. No Ivanovsky today for the Longhorns in either. Only one match in singles so far, so either just January freshman fitness or maybe a little nagging injury. Not sure which. He's seen limited play so far, but expected to be a big piece in the lineup for the Longhorns is Ivanovsky. No disrespect to UNC Wilmington, but I think the Longhorns know not 100% necessary to have him today. They are one of the top teams in the country. Should be able to handle this without him. Since we missed the doubles action here at Texas, we'll stick with some solo Texas for a bit, and we'll bring Stanford, Utah back in at any key junctures and then at the completion here. But as you can see, Gorsny 6-1, Lucas Brown 6-love, Mariano 5-1, and Dedura Palmero 5-love. This match not long to be a lengthy one, that's for sure. Jordy Domenech. Looking to open with a hold here in the second. Freshman playing, nevertheless, playing 3 newcomers here today, even without Ivanovsky in the lineup. Forger at 2, Mariano at 4, Dedura Palmero at 5. All newcomers this year. Just wide from Gorsny, so it's a hold for Domenech. And we'll go get our first look. Tough angle here on this court. Again, I think Texas throws some mobile cameras up for us when they have to move indoors. Never fun for the Longhorns when they have to make the move indoors, because these courts takes a good 30-40 minutes just to get there. This indoor facility. There a year ago or so for the ITF when I saw CM Woldeb, maybe that was 2 years ago, and PY Bailly square off in the final there. But it's Forger here 5-2 lead. We'll actually just take that scoreboard off. You can see the one on the right for this court. Doesn't block our view. Forger, one of the top newcomers, 6'5", first year from the Netherlands. Mentioned Ivanovsky not playing today. He's a 6'5", first year out of Macedonia. The other two in the lineup today. Mariano from France, 6'3", freshman. And then Diduro Palomero from Germany, a freshman as well. A lot of talented freshmen on the Longhorns. They just reload every year. You lose Kaziri and Braswell, you reload. You lose Lagu, reload. Nice volley there. Out of Forger, looking to break for the first set here. See them moving that camera around. Maybe we can get somebody to just move it slightly more left and get us a good angle of the court. Steffen had him running all over the court there. Good point for Lucas Steffen. First game's underway in singles out in Palo Alto. We'll get back to that, as this one probably not going to be a long one here. You hear Steffen saying his timing is so bad. Forger a little heavy. Ball getting into Steffen quick. And now it's set point here. Set long, and it's a first set for Abel Forger, 6-2. See where we go next. We'll just run down in order, I guess. That ball just wide. Lucas Brown now consolidating that break, and now he's up. Tell you what we'll do is, while we're showing Texas to give them their fair time of court coverage, we'll pop in our pop-out screens there the singles scores from Stanford, Utah, so you Stanford, Utah fans can keep track of that for the short time we have remaining here before we go back. Full time to that. Quick peek and see if that's working for us. Indeed, there you see your scores on all 6 courts on our other site right now. We'll get our video coverage back there shortly. Lucas Brown doing the same thing here that Forger was doing on 2, just a little too much pace. The guys from UNC Wilmington struggling to catch up with it. Gets on you quick. Good point there from DeGabriel. UNCW giving him a game point. But all 6 first sets now in the books here at Texas, all going the way of the Longhorns. Whew. That Lucas Brown forehand had some heat. And DeGabriel, once again, unable to time it. So a deuce point here, deciding point. Just missing for DeGabriel. Boy, he's just trying to get a game on the board at this point. Had it there. Just missed it wide. So Lucas Brown goes up 6-love, 3-love here. We'll just keep progressing down. Down to 4, first look in. Freshman Lucas Mariano taking on Oscar Baumgartner for UNCW here. time it's Mariano. The critique of that backhand that wasn't going to find the court widthwise. It also didn't make it over the net. You heard him. Oh my gosh. Baumgartner 30-15.
Come on, come on, come on.
Given the fact this one may end quickly, we'll try to go a game at a time and make our way through the courts, get a look at everyone for the Longhorns. As we stopping here on 4 to see the freshman Mariano. Next up will be the freshman Diduro Palomero on 5. Slide down here. As you saw Baumgartner take a 2-1 lead there on Mariano, but first looks here at freshman Mariano Diduro Palomero for the Longhorns. As he puts that one away for a 6-love 3-1 lead. So Gorsny, Brown, and Palomero, all 3 games away at the moment. It's a set and 3-2 for Gorsny, a set and 3-love for Brown, a set and 3-1 here for Diduro Palomero. Oh, good touch there from Diduro Palomero. Goes to the drop shot, and Hussey had no chance. court to go through after we finish this game. We'll get our look in at Evan Burnett on 6 for the Longhorns, and then we'll have to start looking for the finishers. Gorsny now 2 games away, as is Lucas Brown. Lucas Brown's still working on the double bagel at 6-love, 4-love, but DeGabriel has some game points on his serve now, and he does get a game. So DeGabriel on the board, avoids the double bagel for UNCW. Great point there, set up by the backhand into the corner from Diduro Palomero. Finishes it with the overhead. And now a deuce deciding point here again. Scores from our other match on the right. You see singles action. Utah leads 1-0 in that match. We will slide down to Evan Burnett. As you saw Diduro Palomero go up 4-1 there. So Gorsny, Brown, Diduro Palomero certainly look to be the path right now for the Longhorns. And we will end up having to quickly bring Gorsny in, I'm sure. He's 6'1", 5'2". Quick points on court 1. Burnett now 6'2", 2-love here on 6. Gotta feel bad when you're up 6'2", 2-love and don't have much of a chance to finish. Stanford playing the same 6 they played in doubles in singles. You can see Banerjee out quick at 1 for the Cardinal. Couldn't get there, could Evan Burnett, but we're going to quickly, well, was hoping to quickly go over to Sebastian Gorsny. As you can see, he's 2 points away, but the video looks like it has frozen. So we'll go back, and it's match point for Gorsny. See if we can just do a split. No, that court is indeed frozen, so we'll just keep you abreast of that Sebastian Gorsny score. And Gorsny has just finished it off, 6-1, 6-2. So the Longhorns, 2-0 now. Lucas Brown, 5-1. Diduro Palomero, 4-1. And then we'll be back to Stanford, Utah. Stanford's going to have to get 4 of those singles matches after dropping doubles. break chances here from Marin, but I'll tell you what, we're going to go back to Lucas Brown. Well, I'd like to go back to Lucas Brown. All of these Texas cameras now giving me trouble. Lucas Brown, 5-1-30 all now. Court 6 still works. That ball deep there. It's match point now. For Lucas Brown. First, we'll see if we get court 4 or court 5 works. See if we can get Lucas Brown. See if we can get that to work here. Oh, one of those days. The mobile cameras at Texas not always kind to us. So we'll go back to DeDuro Palomero. I'll tell you, Lucas Brown did not get the deuce match point. So 6-love, 5-2 for Lucas Brown. Six points away is DeDuro Palomero. 4-2 and love 30 for Hussey here.
Yes, man, come on, let's go.
Good backhand there from DeDuro Palomero. Earns him the break. So 6-love, 5-2. He's a game away. Lucas Brown still trying to get his. Let's see. Doesn't look like that camera wants to stay with us. All right. We'll go back to Diduro Palomero, I guess. Couldn't run that one down. That point we couldn't quite get to see from Lucas Brown. Was a winner, so Lucas Brown 6-love 6-2. Diduro Palomero trying to clinch the match here, and then we will quickly get back to Stanford, folks. So match points here for the Longhorns. Diduro Palomero. Ignore the score on the screen. It is 40-15. And that's it. Mariano Diduro Palomero makes it 4-0 Longhorns. And they will advance to tomorrow's championship match. Head back to Stanford. First two matches of the day in the books. South Carolina knocks off Michigan State 4-2. Texas knocks off UNC Wilmington 4-0. And here, Utah takes the doubles point. But so far, few big early leads for Stanford in singles. They're in need of 4 of them. Checking out Taramo and Samir Banerjee here. Banerjee yet to drop a game. 6-love, 1-love. He is rolling. Jagger Leach 6-2 on 5. The other first set in the books, and you see a freshman Mark Krupkin 5-2 on 6. They are on serve on courts 2, 3, and 4. Stanford trying to hang in. Taramo 30-15 trying to get on the board here. Terziev may have gone up a break. Too easy to cover for Banerjee there. Taramo's got to do a little more with that. About an hour and 20 minutes out from Columbia and Illinois at Columbia. Looking very much forward to that first round match. Another one where the host on big time upset alert, as we had in South Carolina yesterday. Columbia presumably no Michael Zhang. Illinois, a very good team. That's going to be a good one. Before we get there, though, Stanford's got some business to take care of still here. Taramo on the board. Banerjee continues to roll here. We're going to go ahead and slide down. To court 2. As 2, 3, and 4 continue to be the tight spots here, and where Utah, for the moment at least, has got to be pinning their hopes. Banerjee with a quick hold for 2-1 on court 1. Battle of the lefties here in Chang and Potter. And then Potter trying to fight out of a love 30 start. Stanford faithful calling out Mark Krupkin down on 6 as he's trying to serve for a set. Maybe we indeed just go there to try to catch that. This point end and we'll jump down there. Might have been wide. Chang played it. Credit to him. Jump quickly down to 6. Deep from Relich, and now set points coming for Mark Krupkin. That is a set for Krupken on 6. We'll go back down to 2. Right where he was looking, Potter had a chance, and another good ball. Very clean match between these two. Chang put that ball right on that left sideline. Potter played it. So that's going to get us to a big deuce point here. Got room on this court to slide those scores out so you can see them. 4-all, 5-all, 4-all on 2, 3, 4. So some tight matches here. Stanford with sets on the other 3 courts. And it's a break for Alex Chang. The grad transfer from Cal takes the 5-4 break lead here. Slide over to three, where Hudson Rivera serving at 5-all. The associate head coach, Stan Van Beurden there. Chances now for a squeegee here. And he's pumped. Skeechy gets the break. So he's going to have an opportunity to serve for it, but let's get back to Chang, who is serving for it. Forehand winner from Alex Chang is good for the first set, so make it 4 first sets for the Cardinal. We get our first look at court 4. Alex Rezegi for Stanford. Simeon Terziev for Utah. And we're going to get a first look at them heading straight into a changeover as Rezegi held for 5-4. So the only two first sets left now, courts 3 and 4. So we'll go back to 3. So Rivera breaks back, forces the tie break. Terziev with game points for 5-all. If he holds, we'll go full screen to this tiebreak. Oh, what a return from Aschici there. Opens the breaker with a forehand return winner. Rezegi indeed misses there, so it's 5-all. We're going to go full screen to this tie break. Banerjee and Leach continue to roll for the Cardinal. A set in 3-2 for Banerjee, a set in 3-1 for Leach. So Stanford looking to get a lead here quickly after somewhat surprisingly dropping the doubles point to Utah. Single set of doubles can always go either way. Nonetheless, Stanford would have been favored there. Rivera levels the breaker right back up at 2 apiece. Oh, wide open court for Escuicci. You see him put his hands up. He played it right. He closed in on it. Didn't even give Rivera a chance to cover the open court. Leaving that court wide open, and he just put the ball into the net. Rivera returns the favor, pulling that forehand down the line, inside in, just wide. So they'll change ends at 3-all. We'll stay here as they're 5-all in the first on court 4, the only other first set remaining. The other 4 first sets all going the way of Stanford. Give you a quick look at those 6 scores while they change ends. Beautiful volley there from Escuicci. Take one more look at that one. Well done, Lorenzo Escuicci. So 4-3, stay on serve. Rivera throws his hands up with a miss there. So now, a mini break lead, 5-3. For Escuicci. So set points coming for Escuicci on his serve at 6-3. First set point fought off. Squeegee really gonna want to get this one on his serve here. He does not. He dumps the forehand, backpedaling. Didn't get the feet moved. Backpedaling, put that ball in the bottom of the net. Wasn't even close, so Rivera both mini breaks back. Still set point of Squeegee, but now on Rivera's serve. The forehand into the net from Rivera, though. Gives a Squeegee the first set. So now we go back to court 4. The final first set to be played here. Terziev and Rezegi. And Terziev gets the break for 6-5, and he's going to serve for the set. Try to make it 2 first sets on the board. Good idea. Terziev swung him wide, stepped in to take the ball early, tried to go back cross court. Just missed it. Idea good, execution not so much. Point. Oh, we're going to see what happens here. Terziev calls the let as Rezegi's about to hit the winner. And I'm pretty sure that let call's going to stand with that ball rolling in behind. We'll have the Columbia match at 3 p.m. here. I'd consider it a minor upset in the opener there as Florida knocks off Kentucky 4-2. I think most people, myself included, had Kentucky pegged to come out of this region. Hands up on me as we're watching the breaker for this to finish. Stanford, I had said Banerjee and Leach were closing in. They both finished. 0-2 for Banerjee, 2-2 for Leach. And we're still in a first set here on court 4. Between Racquets and Terziev. Nobody else close yet. Won't miss another one. Chang is 1-all in the second. They've just started that second after the breaker on 3, and it's 2-all in the second on 6. Two, 2-1. Terziev here in the breaker. Just in. Oh, and he punishes him. Deep ball that just barely lands in and then hits the drop shot. Racquets took a step and just gave up and looked up like that's almost feeling like that was unfair. Very wise play there from Terziev. So a 4-1 lead as he looks to give Utah their second first set, but 2 quick straight set wins has put Stanford in the lead. Make it 5-1. Terziev. Change over here. Give you a good opportunity to see those scores. You see Leach 2-2 at 5, Banerjee 0-2 at 1. Chang and Krupkin provide numbers 3 and 4 in straight sets. Or will they be forced to win one in a third? That is, however, assuming Terziev can finish off the 5-1 lead he's got here. Zaghi may have something to say about that. That ball just down. You could tell by the reaction. It looked long on camera, but the reaction of Terziev told you everything. It landed. So Racquets gets one of the mini breaks back. Still down another mini break. Gets the hold there, so 5-1 becomes 5-3 now, and it starts to get a little more interesting. Terziev very fond of that slice and or chip forehand. But Racquets dictating that point now from 5-1 down to 5-4. Look again, those other scores. You see Potter, a 3-1 lead on Chang now, so straight set win. Gonna have some work to do there for Alex Chang. There's a good slice wide. That usually works much more effectively on a right-hander. But that was so good out there that Racquets couldn't even reach it with his forehand on the left side. And now set points here at 6-4 for Terziev. Ball looked like it went wide. I don't know if there was a let called there before that. That may have been the case. Again, these are your 4 remaining matches after Stanford took courts 1 and 5 in straights. Squeegee, 7-6-3 love for Utah on Hudson Rivera. And there's a set on 4 for Utah, so Utah grabs 2 first sets. And we're going to go head down to court 6, where freshman Mark Krupkin's got a 6-3, 4-2 lead. He's looking to put that 3rd point on the board. Question for Stanford, if he does, is where's the 4th Chang looks like he got his break back on 2. He's the other one that could do it in straight sets. They've lost the first set in breakers on 3 and 4. Beautiful pass there from Relic. So 4-3 here for Krupkin. Alex Chang did indeed come from 3-1 against Emmett Potter back to 3-all. So maybe we check in there. So from 3-1 down, Chang gets the break back, and now a good look at the Emmett Potter service game here at 3-all with a Love 30 start. That backhand down the line was right on the line from Emmett Potter. Tried to jump on that return just a little late on the timing, so Potter gets it 30-all.
Bravo, Alex! Great start, Alex. Let's go, Clark.
That's just deep, and it's going to bring up a couple break points for Alex Chang now. Dangerous spot here for Utah as Krupkin's got a break, setting a break lead on 6. This to be a set and a break lead here for Chang on 2, and they only need 2 more matches. Big deuce point now here. Alex Chang puts it away, and he goes up a break. So the Cardinal now can see the finish line. Mark Krupkin up first here. He could be point number 3. Oh, that's a beautiful pass from Relic there, trying to stay alive. Krupkin's going to get a chance to serve for it regardless, but beautifully done there from the Ute. Equally well done there from Krupkin. He makes it 30-all. That serve and volley from Relic looked like he had Krupkin just stopped conceding it for a moment, but the ball just went straight to him, a step in, and he put it away. And that's going to bring up match point. So a couple break points, match point here. Oh, just deep. Krupkin watched that ball sailing, hoping it was going out for the match. It just slides in inside both the sideline and the baseline. And he sends that backhand long. So now one more match point. It's a deuce match point here. A little disappointed in the Stanford faithful. No clap for the match point. And the ball deep from Relic on the deuce point, and Krupkin delivers the third point for the Cardinal. And so now it's all down to Alex Chang to get this thing done in straight sets. Apologize for that. Got some great disparity in volumes coming off of those courts. Chang just held for 5-3, so he's a game away from making it a full sweep in singles here. After dropping the doubles point. Good close from Chang there. You saw him creeping in. He saw it floating, got even closer. No chance to get to that angle. 3 points away now. A couple points here, 3 to be precise, for Potter to force Chang to try to serve this one out. A squeegee for Utah, 7-6-5-2. Attempting to get another point on the board for the Utes. We'll see if he can do just that, but Rivera is serving there. Good backhand line, followed up with a volley for Emmett Potter, so he gets the hold. Makes it 5-4. Chang will come out to serve for the match. In the meantime, we'll go down to court 3. Turn the volume up here. So undoubtedly when we go back to 2, I'm going to blow your ears out again. Rivera misses that one, so now a squeegee 2 points away. Give us a split so we can keep an eye on Chang and Potter there. Certainly can't miss the match clinch if Chang gets there.
There we go, buddy.
Stay split to the completion of this game on 3 to make sure a squeegee doesn't get a match point. Oh, beautiful drop volley from Emmett Potter there. First point of the game. Rivera gets the hold. So a squeegee will serve forward at 5-3. We'll go back full here where Chang's serving for his match and the duel. I'll keep an eye if a squeegee gets close to a match point for Utah down there. Oh, the hands from Potter, but the response from Chang was even better.
Great wheels, Alex. Great hustle.
Why is that showing? Yeah, it's just wrong. Okay. Scoreboard showing a win for a squeegee on 3. That is not the case. Oh, beautifully done there. One more look at that backhand cross winner from Alex Chang. Chang now 2 points from ending this match. Make it 1 point. As 40-15, 3 match points coming for Alex Chang and the Stanford Cardinal. Now we get the clap. They do know how to do it. Slow clap from the Stanford Cardinal fan. And the ace seals the deal. Alex Chang makes it 4-1 Stanford. One more look at the finisher. Alex Chang delivers the ace flat wide. And Stanford is through to tomorrow's final. And their chance to punch their ticket to the national indoors. That's going to do it for probably the next 25 minutes or so. 3 p.m. we're slated for the start at Columbia. Columbia versus Illinois. So grab yourself a snack, a lunch, whatever it is you want to grab, and come back. We will be back in about 25 minutes. All right, welcome back in, everyone. I'm your host, Chris Halioris, in for the last match of the day on our feed, right here in New York. It's Columbia University taking on Illinois. The question on everyone's mind was, would we see Michael Zhang? The answer is what we all assumed, and that is no. Coming back from the Australian Open in a match where he retired in the second round with an adductor injury. Whether it's the injury, whether it's the travel, who knows? No Michael, but we do have, fresh off that same trip, head coach Howie Endelman. I think he got to stay on the grounds in Melbourne for about 12 hours. He flew in for Michael's second round match against Corentin Moutet. And then right back, but here on court one, kicking things off. Nick Kotzen, Andrew Ina. Squared off against Kenta Miyoshi and Adam Gilly. Adam Gilly, one of the top newcomers in college action this year. And there you see the lefty at the net, taking care of things with that volley. It's a pair of freshmen. Ina, freshman. Ina, the freshman for Columbia. Gilly, the freshman from Hungary for the Illini. And a quick hold for the Illini to open things up here in Columbia. You can bet this is always not necessarily a packed crowd just yet. You can see them back there, but always a loud crowd. And you can hear them already. Getting a little loud as the Lions take a game on court 3. Got to watch this Columbia team without Michael Zhang last week against South Carolina. Played a great doubles point. Came down to a breaker there as well. They ended up dropping it. Ended up being the difference in the match. They lost that match 4-3. Look to see how they come out here. They fought hard right from the get-go without Michael last week against South Carolina. Dropped a tough doubles point. Came out roaring in singles, particularly the freshmen on 4 and 6, excuse me. They both jumped out, and Thorat and Govila. They were both up 5-love in the first. A quick start for them. So expect much of the same today here. Chance for this team to sort of establish its own identity without Michael. We all know Michael's the leader of the team. Time you got a top 200 ATP guy, that'll be the case. Down the middle, and that happened a few times last week as well. Some of these newer pairings for Columbia, in fact, they all got to be new. Kotzen playing with a freshman. Busrawangze on 3 is playing with Govila, a freshman. And then Palta and Chang, the only team not featuring a freshman. Palta, the senior, Chang, a sophomore. They are on court 2. I was impressed with the freshman Ina last week, especially in tight situations. There were moments where I thought, wow, I'm not sure that he's the guy I even want to go at, which is a big compliment considering he's playing with Nick Kotzen. He came up big in some moments. Always going to have a few of those freshman moments, but he played very well. He's at the #1 double spot, but they get the hold for 1-all here. That one deep. Again, you see a little miscommunication. Kotzen wanting to hit the backhand, Ina wanting to hit the forehand. Both swung at it. Thought we had the other double courts prepped and ready to go, but maybe not. Try that one more time. Over to court 2. Sasha Paulton, Jordan Chang, the only team not featuring a freshman for Columbia, facing off against a couple of freshmen, first years, in Kalu and DeBrew. For Illinois, Gabriel DeBrew, top newcomer, according to the ITA. Guy with plenty of ITF experience prior to coming, following the footsteps of his brother Mathis. And we're going to hit changeovers probably everywhere. Go down to 3. Let's see if we've got our score pop out for you there. Get a look at the scores on all 3 courts. Down here on court 3, freshman Aditya Gavila playing with Tanapat Busrawangse. 3 love on William Miraz and Zach Viala. Interesting, Viala and Bowers, Tyler Bowers, playing together in the fall and playing pretty well, but no Tyler Bowers. Busrawangse and Gavila taking advantage early here anyway. Mentioned on the earlier, if you weren't with us, the first match here, a bit of an upset. The Florida Gators, and with no Jeremy Jin, their #1 player, knock off Kentucky 4-2. So the winner of this match will face off tomorrow against Florida for the right to go to the national indoors. Great start here. going at Gavila there. Fended off a couple volleys very well. Oh. Very long and wide there. Volley put away, so now a test. First little test here on court 3. You see head coach Hallie Endelman there. Coming over, looking to see who's going to take the return to offer some advice on the serve. But a 3-love double break lead. Lions looking to make it 4-love if they can here. And indeed they do. Good serve down the tee. Does not get returned. And Columbia 4-love here. But let's go back to court 1 where it seems to be all Illinois. So at the moment, court 2 certainly looks to be the decider, sitting at 2-all. Have not seen the freshman from Australia, Hayden Jones, in action yet. Miyoshi just missing that one. Just a single break lead here for Illinois, where it's a double break lead for Columbia, obviously at 4-love on court 3. They stay on serve on 2. We'll head there next when they come out of the changeover. Good volley by Miyoshi. Our first look here at the Adam Gilly service game. But gonna make our move over to court 2 as this one looks right now. It's the only one on serve. Looks to be the one that could be the decider. This, I believe, the 4th time Columbia has hosted Kickoff Weekend. 2016 they hosted. Double fault there. Lions hosting in 2016. They beat Minnesota 4-0. And then Stanford 4-3. Victor Pham clinched it in a 3rd set breaker. 2019 they hosted, knocked off Virginia Tech 4-0 and Dartmouth 4-1. And there's a hold for the Lions to make it 3-all, and then last time they hosted last year as they knock off Miami 4-0 and Florida 4-2. Could we see a rematch of last year's final? Columbia, Florida? Indeed we could. We shall see if they can find a way through this without Michael. Would have probably hosted in 2024 as well. I wouldn't say would have probably. They would have hosted in 2024, except they were the host for the indoors, which gives you an automatic berth, and you get excluded from Kickoff Weekend for that reason. Much like SMU and Baylor are this year, since they are hosting. So, 3 previous hosting spots. They've also gone on the road and come out of the region 3 times, have the Lions. Good attacking there from Columbia. 2015 at Notre Dame, 2018 at Virginia, and 2020 at Tennessee. Raise your head a little at that 2018 at Virginia. Line, they didn't play Virginia. They knocked off Ole Miss and Texas Tech in that one. Just wide. It looked this wide. Did he get a racket on it? Maybe he did touch it, because the ball certainly looked like it came down wide. Hold, so 4-3. Go back to court 1 where Columbia needing to find something to stay in it here. Miyoshi and Gilly 5-2. Going back to that 2018 kickoff weekend where they managed to get out of Virginia. Texas Tech knocked off Virginia in the opener. Columbia to beat Ole Miss and then play Texas Tech in that final where they knocked them off, and then they won at Tennessee in 2020. Great shot there from Nick Kotzen. Columbia looking to make their 9th appearance at the National Indoors. Mentioned the 3 times they hosted and won. Three times they went on the road and won. And there were a couple times previous to that. Indoors was determined by who won the ECACs, and Columbia got in a couple times that way. Great volley there from Kotzen. So a big look now for the Lions to try to get this one back on serve. Love 44 break chances for Columbia on the Kenta Miyoshi serve. So 40-15. Kotzen's got to be thinking about this one, thinking he gets at least 2 shots to break here. He gets this one. If he doesn't get it, he can take the deuce point as well. And the freshman in his overhead gives Columbia the break, and we're back on serve on 1. 5-4 now. Columbia to serve. Let's jump back down to court 3, where it's all Columbia here. Serving. He and partner William Miraz. Still a double breakdown. And it's a hold for Illinois, so they keep this one alive. May just need to go into the triple now so we can see them all. Can hear it getting a little loud in the background here. Overhead put away there. Getting tight all the way around. Chances in what looks to be the pivotal match here on court 2 for Columbia. But after getting back on serve on court 1, Kotzon's couple serves for game points at 40-30 was 30 all there. Point on 3. And Boussrolonze and Govila take care of business for Columbia on court 3. So 1 set to the Lions here. It's a match point for Illinois receiving on court 1 on your left here. Oh, what a pass. Unreal. Kotzon comes up with the goods. See if we can get another look at that one. Watch this Kotzon third ball down the line. Ah, on match point he does that. So 5 all. And Columbia gets the break on 2. So Palta and Chang gonna get to serve for the match and the doubles point on 2. Kotzon and Ina have come back from 5-2 down to level this one up at 5 all. Momentum clearly with the Lions right now. Little battle at the net, won by Kenta Miyoshi. back on court 2. Gilly serving 40-15 here on court 1. It's a hold for the Illini on 1. Points coming for the doubles point here for Columbia. Oh, they try to call it out. Overruled? No, it's not overruled. It's confirmed wide. You can see the lines person. The lines person on the far end there. I thought the chair was putting her hand out to say, or his, I can't tell from here, putting their hand out to say it was good, but what they were doing was pointing at that far lines person. As they are right on the line, they said the ball was wide, so now it's a deuce match point. And that ball goes deep. And Illinois breaks back. So 2 match points fought off here on court 2. The Illini square it up. Now we go back to the split screen as freshman Andrew Ina serving to try to send it to a tiebreak on 1. Oh, you can see by the reaction there that that ball landed good on the return. You saw DeBrew just shake his head, or dip his head down like he just couldn't believe that ball landed in. Ina gets the hold, so it's a tie break on 1, but Illinois has found life. They were down 2 match points on 3 for the doubles, on 2, excuse me, for the doubles point. Fought them off. DeBrew 30-15. Columbia in the breaker. Wow. Andrew Ina trying to pick on the freshman, and he was having none of it. 2-0 Columbia, 40-15 DeBruce serving to make it 6-5 on 2. So from 5-3 down, or excuse me, 5-4 breakdown, 6-5 Illinois on 2 now. And Ina again. The freshman's everywhere. I told you I watched him last week, and there were times where I thought he was the strength. And he's showing exactly why. See what kind of nerves the freshman's got here. 3-2, still a mini break lead for him serving. And Kotzen puts that one out of the reach of a jumping Miyoshi. So 4-2 Columbia at the turn. Jump quickly over. See 1 point here maybe, and back to the breaker. Columbia looking like they're in shape for a hold there. 40 Love try to force a breaker on 2. So breakers on 1 and 2 if Columbia can get there, and they just need one of them. Mini break retrieved by the Illini on that Miyoshi put away. So back on serve, 3-4 in the breaker. Oh, what a point. Had everything there. Some great hands, but in the end, that semi-overhead from Miyoshi at Kotzen was too much, and now we're square at 4-all. So we are in a breaker on both. We'll watch the scores on the other breaker while we see this one go, as it's a little deeper into the tie break. And I'm going to hide that top as it's getting a little ahead. Miyoshi holds 5-4. So the Illini get both of their service points. It's 2-0 Columbia on court 2, just the way they started here, but now find themselves in a hole. But it is just an on-serve hole, 4-5 for Nick Kotzen. The backhand finds the net for Kotzen, and now 2 match points for Illinois to put it all on court 2. 2-1 Columbia at the moment. Good serve. Body forehand from Kotzen there. Gilly into the net. So 6-5, Adam Gilly, though. As the set point, match point, if you will, here on his serve. Setting up for a wide slice. And Illinois puts it away. Kento Miyoshi with the overhead. And now everything down to court 2, where Columbia had 2 match points in the 5-4 game, but now they've got to let that go as it's a tiebreak. 3-1 Columbia here. Gabriel DeBrew serving for Illinois. That looked it like it could have been wide. I guess not. Ace on that short slice wide for DeBrew. So 3-2. It's a great first volley there from Columbia, but Illinois outlasts him in the end, puts the overhead away, and the Illini, boy, both of these tiebreaks look similar. They go down 2-love, 3-1 in both. They were still down 4-2 at the turn on one, but came back to get it. Now they're 3-all in the turn here. Good serve there from Sachin Palta. Columbia keeps it on serve after giving that mini break back up. So 4-3, a little scoreboard pressure they're hoping on Sasha Kalu. Good stretch. Reach from DeBrew there. Kalu coming up from Miami, VOA of France. Was at the IMG Academy. Moved from Paris to Miami. And then on to IMG. Don't know about that return from Palta, just right into the frame of Gabriel DeBrew. Gonna say that's not what he intended to do. Too easy. And now 5-4. Illinois, and critical for Chang to get his service points here. superb hands by Palta there. Seeing both sides going a lot of just right at the net, man. Seeing it from both teams, and they went right at Palta, and Palta said, thank you very much. Put that volley away in the open court for 5-all. Can Chang get one more hold here? It's going to have to be a second serve again. See if DeBrew wants to challenge Palta here. He does not, but Jordan Chang takes care of business. Get a little 4-up, and he puts that one past Sasha Kalu, and now match point for Columbia. On the return, though, it'll be Gabriel DeBrew, 6'4" freshman from France. He gets the hold on his first serve, so 6-all, and we'll change ends again. DeBrew, big sign for the Illini in the offseason here. It's a guy that had been out playing professionally as high as 233, in the ATP rankings. Has 2 challenger titles. Former #1 junior ITF, so very, very accomplished player. This pair of DeBrew and Kalu knocked off Mississippi State's Baroni and Martinez Serrano 6-love when they played them at home. Great hands there from Kalu. Servers doing their work here. Columbia held their 2 service points to go up 6-5. Illinois gets their 2 service points for 7-6. Now can Palta find something on his serve? Down match point. Oh, a let court goes their way this time. Palta's volley hits the net, trickles over for a winner. And 7-all. This is really reminiscent of last week's doubles point with South Carolina for Columbia, hoping they are obviously hoping they can come out of a good end to this one. Good hands from Palta. Kalu with the backhand into the net. So again, server gets both their points, and now it's match point Columbia. 8-7, but Kalu gets the serve here. Oh, that one's long off the racket of Gabriel DeBrew. And Columbia steals the doubles point. Michael Zanglis, Columbia, has done what they couldn't do last weekend against South Carolina. They take the doubles point here. And Columbia takes the 1-0 lead. That is going to be a huge boost to the Lions. So we'll have about 5 minutes here as they transition over to singles. And we will be back in just a few. right, we're back ready for singles action here. Don't think I've got these courts labeled right, so we'll have to fix that, as I do not believe this is court 1. So we're going to start at the other end. Look at these court assignments straightened out, but this one's correct. And we do have our first sighting of Hayden Jones. So Jones, the freshman from Australia, getting his first looks against fellow freshman at ITA Gavila. Gavila got a win over South Carolina last weekend. I think they're looking for the other ball. Is Hayden Jones here? sails long from Gavila, so a couple chances for Jones to square this one up. Good forehand there on the approach from Gavila, so he's going to bring up a deuce deciding point. Put a little pressure. This would be just the kind of match that could come down to a 3-all match in an all-freshman battle. Hayden Jones does get the hold, so 1-all here. Start working our way backwards from the high end, from 6 down to 5 here. We just saw Sasha Kalu. Probably French, more likely Colo. That's a good pass from him there. Jung Hee Yu held to open for Columbia. A little surprising with all the new faces on both sides between these two teams. The only all-freshman battle that we have is at 6. Freshmen at 2, 3, 5, and 6 for Illinois. Freshmen at 4 and 6 for Columbia. Oh, that ball lands good. And an appropriate clap from Colo there. So the hold there for 1-all. We're 1-all everywhere except for court 2, who's yet to finish that second game. So we could be 1-all everywhere. Sasha Palta on 2 actually starts out with a break lead, 2-love. Every other match 1-all after the first 2 games. Zhang-Hee Yu here, a sophomore. For Columbia on the far side, out of Canada. Got to play a few matches last year. Did you? 3-3 in singles. Looks like Kilo's getting a little advice from head coach Brad Dancer there. As he's got break opportunities here. Yu sends that one long, and it's a break for the Illini. So a break start here on court 5. We'll go back, keep progressing down. We'll go to court 4. William Mraz for Illinois here on the near side. Abhishek Thorat on the far side. Thorat, the one that ended up in that 3rd set breaker for the match against South Carolina that didn't go his way last weekend. So they will head to a change over here as Thorat's got the 2-1 lead. And we shall keep progressing down in order. Court 3, and it looks like we're gonna catch a lot of 2-1. Actually, looks like everybody's sitting at top 4 courts. Look like they're all in changeovers. So we'll hang out here for a second and let Booster Wangze and Jilly come out of the chairs. Here comes Booster Wangze. As Columbia now looks to have break advantages on the top 4 courts. What a start for them. No Michael Zhang, no problem thus far. A doubles point and 4 break leads on the top 4 courts right now. Kilo and Jones up breaks on 5 and 6 for Illinois. So we were 1-all everywhere, and all of a sudden, except for 1 court, all of a sudden, we don't have a single court on serve 3 games in. Just deep there from Boost Rawangze. Talked about the two head coaches, Brad Dancer and Howie Endelman. Ishmael Marino, also the assistant for Howie. And they'll have a third, Keith Kamborian, out there today. I'll get to him in a little bit. A little look for Gilly now for the Illini with Dancer, former players. Tim Kopinski, Lucas Horve, the assistants. Booster Wongze facing 3 break points here to try to put this one back on serve. Still break leads on 5 and 6 for the Illini. That one sails long off the backhand of Gilly. Two break chances fought off by Boost Rawangze, and now it'll be a deuce deciding point here on the Boost Rawangze serve. What a hold there from Boost Rawangze. Fights off 3 break chances. Keeps his break advantage. 3-1 with slide down to court 2. First look here at Sachin Palta. Also up 3-1. Long rally there. Palta outlasts DeBrew. And there you get a look at third coach Keith Kamborian. He'll be on court with Sachin here. Keith was a captain at Duke, graduated back in 1989. Been coaching and teaching ever since. A couple of recent names in the game that have been students of his. Ryan Getz, who played at Virginia. current UCF tennis head women's coach, and forgive me if I get the title not quite right, but something along the lines of Director of Tennis Operations for UCF over both programs, Brian Kanyeko. Good depth on that backhand from Palto. That was an easy one to miss. That close to the net. Trying to get that up and down with something on it. He did it well. Got it deep. DeBrew just fed him back and overhead. Sachin's got other ties to long history at Columbia. Learned to play from Butch Seawagon, who was a two-time All-American at Rice back in the late 60s and a national amateur champion back when winning amateurs was like a big ATP event these days. Seawagon then went on to become the head coach at Columbia in the 70s. One of Seawagon's students, Howie Endelman. I take that back. It was Seawagon's dad who was teaching Howie. Not Seawagon himself, but lots of ties between these Columbia guys. They also travel really well. If you've been to NCAAs, a lot of the former players and those involved with the program love to travel and support their guys. We got to see a lot of that recently with Michael Zhang, featured prominently in the last 3 NCAA singles tournaments. Finalist, champion in his last 3. Round of 16 his freshman year. Big deuce point. Let called. One more court to get to, so conclusion of this game, when they head into the changeover, we'll get a look down at court 1 that we haven't seen yet. On the missed volley there. That was a chance for Palta to go up double break. Nevertheless, still up a break 3-2. And we will go down to court 1. The last one to check in on here. Nick Kotzen of Columbia, 4-2 lead over Kenta Miyoshi, who's serving from the near side here. Not sure what happened there. A let call? Yeah, maybe. That lob is good from Miyoshi. Well executed. He drew Kotzen in. Not a bad ball from Kotzen deep there. Miyoshi gets it back for the lob. Up and over, lands in. Forehand long from Kotzen. We're starting to get down to the business ends of some of these sets. Still big leads on 5 and 6 for Illinois. So the top 4 where there were break leads here. For Columbia, 3 of them still have break leads. And those would be the top 3 courts. Critical as it's 5-2 Kalu, 5-1 Jones on 5 and 6. The net from Miyoshi. We're going to jump quickly down to 5 as there's a set point here for Kalu. Kalu. I'll get it right one day. Fought off by Jung-hee Yu. To strike first blood in the first sets here in singles. Opportunities here on 5 and 6. Nobody else to 5 games yet outside of those 2. That's a set for Illinois on court 5 here. So they strike first blood. Go to the other end. The 2 ends where Illinois is doing the damage right now. It's 5-2 for Hayden Jones here. kicks off the net and wide, so Gavila a chance to try to get one break back here, but he's down a couple. Missed volley there from Gavila, so 30-40 now. And the backhand into the net, and it's a break for Gavila. So for the moment, he prevents Hayden Jones from closing that set out. Booster Wangze's break lead is gone on 3. Thorat lost his on 4. They're down to just 2 break leads now. It is Columbia, and that on the top 2 courts. We'll keep it here. Nobody else at 5 yet. Too soft on the second there from Gavila. Jones steps in early, takes it on the rise. Forehand winner on the return. Gavila going to try to extend this yet another game to 5-4, and now he does so. Now we've got some sets. Getting really close. Got a set point now on 5. I don't know if we can get there in time. Not where I meant to go at all. I said 5 and I meant 4. Can we get 4? We already saw that set on 5 for the Illini. Set point here, number 2 for Miraz against Abhishek Thorat. Palta 5-2 serving for a set on 2. Probably need to start pulling the triple box up. Bunch of sets coming to a close here, so we're going to show as many as we can. The one you're not seeing right now, Sachin Palta serving for a set, but he's 15-40. And William Miraz there on that miss from Thorat takes the set on 4. Bring court 3 up where Bruce Rolonze's got chances to level this one at 5 apiece. Replace court 4 with court 2. Rolonze does indeed get the hold, so 5 all here. Too many sets coming to an end. Jones has got a set point down on 6 now. Gavila looked like it could have been deep, not called by Jones. So that brings up a deuce set point now. And Nick Kotzen is at 4-5 serving, so we should replace the 5-all match with that. So let's replace court 3 with court 1. Fights back to 5-all, so no set for Hayden Jones. So we're going to switch Sachin Palta then into the big screen. He was broken serving for the set, but now trying to break back. And he's got 3 set points at 15-40 on Gabriel DeBruy's serve. Nick Kotzen, lower left at 30-all. Again, only 2 sets in, so 4 to go. You've got 3 of them on screen. The only one you're missing is court 3. Gilly just held for 6-5. Excellent backhand overhead volley there from DeBruy to get that to deuce. So 1 more set point coming here for Palta on DeBruy's serve. And it's a set point for Kenta Miyoshi, lower left. But the return into the net gives Nick Kotzen the hold for 5-all. And there's the break for the set from Sachin Palta. So Palta grabs the first set for Columbia on court 2. We'll rotate things around then and now rotate court 2 out for the other remaining first set, which is court 3. Oh, we got the wrong match there. We'll get that one again. Now you've got your last 3 remaining first sets. So 2 sets, Illinois. 1 set, Columbia. These the last of your 3 first sets. Jones, a long talk there. As he had a 5-2 lead and he's in danger now of going down 6-5, albeit on serve. But a deuce deciding point coming. Slice forehand from Jones into the lower half of the net. Shot selection, I don't think the best there. He was in plenty good position to come over the top of that ball, but chose to try to chip it back. And Gavila holds. Tie break here on court 3 between Busrawangse and Gilly. Tough start here in the breaker for Busrawangse. Gilly 3-0. See if he just takes the safe play and goes slice wide and +1. Back to the forehand corner. No need to do anything tricky up 3-0. I think that's got to be the play. He tries to go bomb T and it's called out. Confirmed out by the chair. Who needs to go slice T and then down the line with the forehand when you can just go body and then down the line with the forehand anyway? Adam Gilly. (4-0). Now he probably goes bomb T. Indeed he does. Bomb T for an ace. 5-0 Gilly. Gavila, a little look now, 15-30 on the Jones service game. Gilly can't miss now. 6-0 in the breaker. All Adam Gilly. So Gilly blanks the breaker. Go split screen to the final 2 first sets remaining. Two tie breaks in doubles, 2 tie breaks in singles, and Miyoshi trying to make it 3. Kotzen now set points here as Gavila and Jones. What a turnaround for Gavila that would be if he could get this from 5-2 double break down. Set point Kotzen. Right now 3 sets Illinois, 1 Columbia. Kotzen misses the forehand. That's going to make it deuce. So a deciding point for Kotzen on serve. Can he come up with a big one? Two all for Gavila. Kotzen tries to go inside in and misses yet again. So it's a break, and it's another breaker. So between singles and doubles, we play 9 sets. 4 of them to breakers. And Sasha Kalo, 6'2", love. He did the same thing to Mississippi State. This guy's not going to stay at 5 long. Bring that one in, as it may not last long. You can hear some discussion. Chair saying something to Gavila there. Is there some sort of point penalty being awarded here, or see where? Now Jones looks to be going back to the ag court, as does Gavila. Not sure what the discussion is. Gavila elects to save that discussion for later, it appears. That ball called wide, and Hayden Jones can't believe it. No extra officials, so there is no person on the line at this point. And that's the far line from the chair. So tough for a chair to overrule. And we don't get a good enough look at that from the camera. But that call will stand, and it'll be 3-all at the turn there. 2-1 Miyoshi in that breaker. And Illinois come roaring back. They were down breaks on all the top 4 courts early first set. And boy, things have shifted in their direction for the moment. 2 big tie breaks if you're Columbia here, because you've already given up 3 first sets. And you're, from all appearances, about to give up a match on court 5. Kotzen's getting into it. Gets that point for 3-2. Still down a mini break to Miyoshi. Avila takes a 4-3 lead in his breaker. And the backhand into the net, and all of a sudden, things unraveling a little from Hayden Jones. From the out call that he didn't care for, he hasn't won a point. And Gavila now 5-3. Xianghe Yu from 5-love gets a break back, and he's at 5-2 now. But Kalo again gonna have a chance to serve for the match there. Square this one at 1 apiece. forehand doesn't make it over for Gavila. His luck seems to have come off the backhand wing of Jones. We'll see if he can put a little pressure on that here. Kotzen has come back from 3-1 down to take a 4-3 lead on Miyoshi. They're on serve. Hayden Jones on serve here, 4-5. You can hear it starting to get a little loud. Calamity Faithful trying to grab these 2 sets. Another error from Jones, and it's set point for Gavila. So Adi Gavila, 6-4 here. Nick Kotzen, 4 straight points for 5-3. Set point here on court 6. Beautiful forehand from Jones, fights it off, but now Gavila's going to have one on his serve. There, maybe taking his time. Compose himself before this one serve for the set here for Gavila. And the forehand into the net gives Adi Gavila the first set on court 6. Go split screen here, match point Calo. Jung-Hee Yu fighting that one off. Nick Kotzen with the winner for 6-4. So set point for Kotzen. The Lions come roaring back in these breakers. If Kotzen can get one of these next 2 points, they'll have taken those 2 breakers from behind and leveled it at 3 first sets apiece, keeping the advantage on their side. And it's another break for Jung-Hee Yu. Miyoshi puts the ball away. So now Kotzen's going to have to do it on the return. 6-5, still a set point for him. But Miyoshi to serve. Serves wide. Kotzen puts it away. Gets the mini break for the set. 7-5 in the breaker. And it's 3 first sets apiece. And Jung-Hee Yu from 5-love down has found life. look at that scoreboard across the stadium here. Columbia. First set's on 1, 2, and 6. Illinois, the first set's on 3, 4, and 5. And Jung-hee Yu from 5-love down here in the second. Are you kidding me, Jung-hee Yu? Chase the ball down on the left side, run all the way across to the right corner to get one back, and then runs the drop volley down. And Jung-hee Yu is back to 5-4. But Kalo is going to get one more chance to serve for it. Miraz also knocking on the door. We'll have to get court 4 on as well. So 2 matches with potential Illinois points on the board here. This could go from a 1-0 Columbia lead to a 2-1 Illinois lead. If you're an Illini fan, in about 3 minutes. If you're a Columbia fan, that off as long as possible. The other first set that Illinois took on court 3, Adam Gilly in the breaker. Gilly now trails Tanapat Busarwangze 3-1 in the second. As tight as this match has been, I'd be almost shocked if we didn't see at least, say, 3 three-setters, if not 4. Dancer now. Clear instructions for Kalo. That was a nice slice T ace for Kalo there. 30-love. This is the kind of service game he'd like to see when trying to serve for the match for a third time. Serve for it at 5-love was broken. Serve for it at 5-2 was broken. Now serving for it at 5-4. And this time he's got 4 match points. May be a case of just too little, too late for Jung-hee Yu. Full screen, quadruple match point for Illinois here. And there it is, Sasha Kalo for Illinois. Puts them on the board. See if we can take one more look at that finisher from Colo there. And the Illini on the board. So 1-all. And Mraz now going to try to make it a 2-1 Illini lead. That one sails long. William Mraz does indeed make it 2-1 Illini. So 2 of the 3 first sets that Illinois captured, they put away in straights. The question is, where do we go now? Maybe we go check in on Busra Wangze on 3. See if he can indeed turn that one into a split. So 5-1 Bousrowangze now. Adam Gilly blanked him in the tiebreak and completely lost all his momentum after that. Gilly just can't find the court. Quick look at your 4 remaining matches here. Illinois a 2-1 lead. 3 of the 4 remaining were first sets to Columbia. The other is this one right here, where Bousrowangze is attempting to split and send it to a third. Set point now for Bousrowangze here. So Bousrowangze does indeed force the third here. So let's kick things over to court 2. Illinois' Gabriel DeBruz up a break here in the second, trying to force a third. Oh, just wide. Palta hit that. It was curling in. You saw the angle he put on the motion he put into that forehand, trying to curl it in around the side. Just dropped a hair too early for him. Just wide. Ball deep, so DeBrew not quite able to close the game out yet, 40-30. Hayden Jones has run out 4 love in the second on 6, so that one, for the moment, appears as if it's headed in the direction of a third. A break lead here looks that way. They're in a third on 2. Said I'd be shocked if we didn't see at least 3. A lot of work yet to be done to get those to 3 setters. And Palta's not going away easy here. He gets it to a deuce deciding point, trying to get back on serve with DeBrew. Columbia, especially with no Michael Zhang, no easy schedule. Took the L to South Carolina. Kickoff weekend here. And DeBrew gets the hold and gives a stare. So Illinois takes the 5-3 lead here. Will stay with it. But I was talking about that Columbia schedule. They have kickoff weekend here, and then they go to Virginia, to North Carolina, their next 2 matches. There's a world where if you don't have Michael Zhang for any of that, and you're a pessimist, you could be thinking, oh boy, we could be 0-5. I mean, even with Michael, you're going to be an underdog at Virginia. That's going to be a tough one no matter what. North Carolina could be tricky. But these guys are hanging very tough today. See if they can manage to pull one out here. Winner to face Florida in the championship match tomorrow. Oh, that one called deep. DeBrew thought he had a clear winner down the line, called deep. Palta's been so good at those tricky short balls close to the net today. That was another one. Clip the tape from DeBrew. You just can't appreciate how hard it is to put the ball somewhere when it just drops over like that and you're that close to the net. He gets it deep to where DeBrew can't really do much with it. So much harder than he's making it look. Feel like it's been 4-1 30 Love Gavila on 6 forever. I'm wondering if we have an injury. May have to get a look. You can see Gavila standing down there. 3 courts to our, 2 more courts to our right, bouncing around. I wonder if we've got a medical. And DeBrew gets the set. So Gabriel DeBrew earns the split here. Let's go take a quick look down at court 6. Just to see what's going on, as that score seems to have been the same score for quite some time. Hayden Jones did appear to be limping a little as we first cut in. And if he is indeed hampered with something, whether that be a foot, a leg, something, you're going to see a little bit of that just teeing off, going for broke, but we'll keep an eye on it here. So we've now split on 2 and 3. Can show you these 4 remaining scores here. So Gavila gets to 4-2. We'll get a really good look at Jones here. Seems to be moving okay. I don't know, that stretch into that backhand corner looks a little awkward. Maybe that left foot stretching out there. Tough if you're Gavila. If Jones really is hampered a little just in that one little area, he seems to be moving well for the most part. But if it's just a little bit in one spot, that's going to be a really tough thing to get out of your head, to not try to force things there. So Jones gets the hold for 5-2. The only other one left in a second still, the battle on court 1. Here. Jones a game away from a split. Gavila serving there. We'll make sure we've got that one on the ready. Lots of kickoff action today. If you're looking to get caught up with all the schedules, you can always hit the ITA website. They've got a link to a kickoff weekend scoreboard if you're looking for even a little more than that. You can hit the collegetennisranks.com website. Look at the week ahead, week behind pages for all the results. Couple of host teams upset in their first match this weekend. South Carolina yesterday lost their opener to Clemson. Clemson went on to win that region. Today, Duke knocked off NC State. So the Wolfpack hosting at home are out. Go back now to a split as Jones is closing in on a potential set. Quadruple set point now for Hayden Jones. Go full screen to that. First one fought off by Gavila. See Busrawangse. That's huge for Columbia. Break lead in the third. Set point number 3 coming here for Hayden Jones of Illinois. And there it is. Second set, Hayden Jones. We're going 3. So now the only match left in the second. Kotzen and Miyoshi here on court 1. And a change over. Let's see if we can catch action on court 3. Untimely double. Was that a double? Certainly the serve was called out. Indeed it was. So love 40 for Jilly. This to go down double break. So after a 7-0 breaker in the first set taken by Adam Jilly, it has been all Tanapat Busrawangse here. And that ball wide, Brad Dancer asks for the linesperson on the line. They indeed confirm that it was wide. Jilly doesn't like it. 4-1 double break Booster Longzay here.
Let's go!
Go back to Kotzen and Miyoshi here. Miyoshi with a break lead, trying to make it 4-3 setters. It's a break lead for DeBrew on 2 of Illinois. Double break lead for Columbia's Booster Longzay on 3. They've just split on 6. Could be here for a bit. It gets a little ahead of the score here, so don't get the spoiler, but Nick Kotzen now. Quadruple break point to get back on serve. Monstrous turn this could be for them. They'd love to get one in straights and make it just 3-3 setters. Whoever gets 2 out of 3 wins. 3 out of 4 might be asking a bit much. Vanderbilt looks like they've knocked off North Carolina. We knew that was going to be a good match from the get-go. Had all kinds of tricky written all over it. So Vanderbilt presumably going to play Wake Forest tomorrow in that championship match. Wow, what a fight here from Kenta Miyoshi. Love 40, now deuce. Deciding point coming. And interesting, Kotzen gonna let him serve right where he just aced him at 30-40. See if that works out. And Kotzen gets the inside-in forehand to land this time. We've seen a couple spots earlier in the match where he had that short ball on the left side, went inside in and pulled him wide. He gets that one to land, gets the break, and we're back on serve at 4-all here. Show those scores again so you get a good look. Busrawangse now 5-1 on Adam Gilly. He's looking to close. Three of your 4 courts left on screen now. Eke that game score in on the Busrawangse court for you. Little tricky last minute hold there from Kotzen. Looked like he was going to be able to easily put that away with the forehand. Saw Miyoshi on the run and decided to go backhand behind him with the volley. Well done by Nick Kotzen there. Got low. Volley down below the knees, right around the knees. The one match you don't have screen, have on screen. Gabriel DeBrew, 3-love in the second, and break points to make it 4. So Columbia may need all 3 of these. You saw Adam Gilly throwing the hands up in exultation there. He got a game. Make it 2. Down 5-2. They go to changeovers on these 2 courts. So let's put Govila and Jones in the big box again. DeBrew breaks for 4-love. It looks like Columbia needs all 3 of these, barring a big comeback from Sasha Palton. Sasha, how did I get? Got the ending of the first and last name crossed. Sashin Palta. Not Sasha Palton, excuse me. Sasha Palta looking to come back from 4-love down in the third. Otherwise, these are 3 must-haves for the Lions. Kotzen coming out with a chance to break for a match. Busrawangse at 5-2 in the third. Looks good for his. Davila 1-all in the third. swap one of these out for court 2 shortly as DeBrew is inching closer. It's going to have to be this one on 6 as Kotzon's got chances. In fact, we need to put that one up in the big box. As Kotzon 2 points from a break and a match here on court 1 for Columbia. Oh, just had that snuck over. It was going to be a tricky low half volley for Miyoshi. Bring that match on court 2 in. Uh-oh, look out now. Nick Kotzon's got match points on court 1 for Columbia to try to level this at 2 apiece. Forehand into the net from Miyoshi, and Nick Kotzon comes through at the top spot, replacing Michael Zhang. And Columbia ties the match up at 2-2. And now we've got 3 matches left. We can put that 3rd one up. Place of court 1. Three matches remaining, all on screen as you see head coach Howie Endelman walking across the service line here on court 3. As Booster Wangzhe from 5-1. Not too tight yet at 5-2, but he's facing a couple great points here. And you can hear the crowd getting into it. I think the audio a little ahead of the video here. Booster Wangzhe puts that one away, so match point for Booster Wangzhe now. Booster Wangzhe backhand after a long, long rally. Nobody wanted to go for too much. Finds the net. And he gets broken for 5-3 on match point. So we play on 3. Gavila held for 2-1 on 6. Match point. Excuse me. Gotta get that on the big screen. Match point DeBrew here on 2. Ball looked like it was going to be in the alley. DeBrew didn't care. He was going to put it away in style. Gabriel DeBrew, 6-love in the 3rd. And we were only tied for about 5 minutes. As the Illini go back up 3-2 now. And we're down to 2 matches. Columbia needs them both. They lead in both. But they're on serve on 6, but a little love 30 look for Gavila. And I remember about 2.5 hours ago, I said, this is the kind of match that could be 3-all and come down to a couple of freshmen on 6. Well, if Busra-Wangze can finish this out, that's exactly what's going to happen, folks. Two freshmen battling it out on 6 could be the decider. It was the freshman on 4 that was the decider for Columbia last weekend. Didn't go their way. Gavila with a winner down the line to bring up 3 break chances to give him a break lead in the 3rd. Busra-Wangze's got a 15-30 look at the Gilly service game, trying to break for the match. And now he's got 15-40. We got to go full screen. Court 3. As it's match points for Busra-Wangze here. 3 of them. First one fought off. Gavila got the break on 6, so it's a break lead for Columbia. And there's a match. Tanapat Busra-Wangze, 6-3 in the 3rd for Columbia. And folks, we are squared at 3-all. And everything's on this pair of freshmen on court 6. See all of the crowd on that side of the stadium making their way down here to court 6. As Busra-Wangze, who was on 3, which is actually court 2, second from the end here at Columbia. Just to give us broadcasters fits, they don't play on the court number assigned. They play like so many do. Odds on one side, evens on the other. So they play 1-3-5, moving left from center, and 2-4-6, moving right from center. Hence, we are here on 6, with court 6, the only one who matches the position number. But Gavila, 4-1. Again to meet Florida tomorrow, and boy, it would only be apropos if it was Columbia, because Florida also without their number 1 player, so you could have a match. We'd have a match between two really good teams without their top player. Florida, very impressive today, win over Kentucky without Jeremy Jin. Nice hands on the body volley from Gavila, followed up with the backhand overhead put away. First point of the Jones service game to Gavila. Oh no. Technical difficulties there, folks. Apologize. And this camera. Not wanting to stay with us at Columbia. Gavila gets it to 30 all here. As I heard from some Columbia fans calling the two freshmen at 4 and 6, it's Abhishek Thorat and Aditya Gavila, calling it the Adi and Abi show. things didn't go Abi's way today as Abhishek Thorat went down 3-2 to William Mraz, but Adi trying to provide the clinching goods. That backhand not up high enough, so a couple game points for Hayden Jones here. He wanted to call it out. He corrected himself and called it good. And now the question, Brad Dancer coming in. He's wanting to obviously have that deemed an overrule. We clearly saw, I don't know if the chair could. I think coach coming in to make sure that that's not being classified as an overrule. Because we clearly did see Govilla change his call. He put his hand out and then immediately put the flat hand out to say good as he realized that ball was in. So 4-2, still a break lead. Gavilla's up a break here, but this match just sort of almost feels like it's destined for a breaker. The way things have gone, which is exactly the way things went last week for South Carolina, or for Columbia versus South Carolina, ended up in a third set breaker for their other freshmen. Wouldn't shock me at all, but Lyon hopeful, faithful, hoping that Govilla just gets a couple straightforward holds here, or a hold in the break and ends it. Govilla, top junior from India, although listed as being from Singapore. From Hayden Jones there. Govilla had a really nice 6-1, 7-6 win over Charlie Swain of South Carolina last weekend. It's gotten to look even better after what Swain did yesterday. I know he put up a win over, I believe he put up a win over Michigan State. $30 now. If there's a spot for a freshman to get tight, this could be it. He's up a break, 30-all on his serve. Great point from Hayden Jones. Govilla did nothing wrong there. It was just too good from Jones, and now a couple break points to get this one back on serve. inside in, forehand winner from Gavila brings it to a deuce deciding point. Jones, a much heralded incoming junior for the Illini. He was a top 10 ITF junior, was Jones. 6 ITF junior titles to his name. The return long. What a hold. The crowd lets them hear it. So 2 break points fought off by Gavila, and he takes a 5-2 lead here in the third. Is Howie coming over to have some words with Marino? Howie going to let Marino do the coaching here. He's been on this court all day. Howie not generally the kind of coach that's going to step in when he's done with his own and take over for someone. Ishmael Marino has had duties with Gavila, and I expect he'll stay there. Howie just having a little discussion with Marino on some thoughts, and you see Howie top far left of your screen circling all the way around the backside to join his players as Marino is going to come back over to Gavila's end of the court. So Gavila passes his test with flying colors from 30 all and going down 2 break points. The freshman holds. Now it's freshman Hayden Jones serving 2-5 down a break in the third. See what kind of nerves and resolve this one's got. Just wide, and Jones knew it. Another forehand missed wide right. Hopefully the Buffalo Bills fans aren't tuned in. A wide right. I swear every time he bounces that ball, he looks like he's going to hit an underhand serve, does Jones. That first kickback and bounce. Right there. He takes that racket back as if he's about to swing underhand. And he gets a freebie there from Gavila. At this point, he'll take all the freebies he can get. Pulled it wide. I think he knew it. It was just like the first one that he sent just wide on the right. That one appeared to be just wide on the left. He just didn't like the way the lines person called it. Nevertheless, looked like it was sailing wide, and it's 3 match points now for Columbia and Gavila. Forehand into the net. And Adi Gavila gives Columbia what seemed like an improbable win without senior and #1 player in the country, Michael Zhang. Aditya Gavila, 7-6, 3-6, 6-2, and Columbia punches their ticket to the championship match tomorrow where they're going to square off against the University of Florida. Let's see if we manage to catch. Don't know if we caught the end of that. We'll take one quick look. Enough to see the forehand miss from Hayden Jones and the team rushing Gavila. And that's going to do it for day one here on our feed, folks. Plenty of more kickoff weekend action coming your way tomorrow. Appreciate you joining us. The schedule's a little fluid at the moment based on the weather situation around the country, so stay tuned to our social media, Cracked Racquets on X, on Instagram. We'll have those schedules out. You'll know exactly who's playing when on which feeds, but come back and join our other co-host, Alex Gruskin, or myself tomorrow. I believe Mark Bay may be as well. I'm not sure. But we will certainly be back with the Cracked Racquets YouTube coverage of the 2026 kickoff weekend tomorrow. I've been your host, Chris Halioris. Until then, folks, have a great night, and we will see you tomorrow.